my shades.
I'm gonna like the way your shades look.
Wait, did
Oh
Drez
my
make the...
god. Are those just giant sunglasses?
Yeah. Look at, did you notice anything about the color? They're rainbow.
Rainbow, they're gradient green and blue.
Well, on the sides, it's, like the red and yellow part. Did Drez actually make the map a map? Or is it still a token?
I think it's just a scalable token the way he figured it out.
Still? Okay.
Yeah, but he did adjust it so that it's more of a apt size if you zoom out. Like you can actually see that we actually have more reasonable positions on this map. So he's clearly figured that out.
Oh,
We're good.
Yeah.
I'm happy with what he's done here.
He's made us tiny or smaller.
No, he's made the map bigger. He's made the area larger and scaled the map to fit. Sorry, Courtney. Can also have some Coke.
I'm totally gonna be playing Minecraft while...
You're totally doing what?
Play Minecraft while we wait.
Oh, wait. Well, we're supposed to discuss the game. This is soft stuff. You can play Minecraft.
Discuss what? You don't.
Okay.
I mean...
Original plan, and I'll kind of say what I said originally. The original plan was we soft start at 5:30. The idea is we have time to kind of warm up, figure out what we're doing, maybe remind ourselves of things. I don't know what to do with my hands. First, you got a new icon here, the Bowser Jr.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I like it.
I actually took the background off of the image she found. I don't know if that's like fan art or original art.
That is original. Yeah.
So I spent part of my day today installing a cover for my sump pump in my basement. And I guess not everyone has a sump pump in their house. They have a basement.
I don't.
But you don't have a basement. Or a house for that matter, actually. And
Wow, way to call
I mean,
her out.
that wasn't like it wasn't meant to be mean, but I realized immediately after saying it that sounded pretty bad. Here's somebody's picture of what a sump pump system is. So this is a really crappy looking sump pump, but basically you have this barrel or bucket installed through your basement floor, through the substrate, I think they call it, like they have gravel they put in, and into the dirt, and into the sides of it is what's called the drain tile. It's corrugated tubing with holes in it so that water that's under the basement goes into the drain tile. If the water level raises up, it finds its way through those holes, right? And then it's all slanted down to this sump basin. And the pump just does what you would think it does. It shoots water vertically out of your house into the sky.
What is that? Oh my god.
No, it doesn't do it into the sky. I actually have piping going out of the side of my house, this side in front of me, and then it goes underground and all the way up to the street.
That is horribly photoshopped.
Oh, this picture? Yeah. It's a really good image, though, to show people what it is. And then some of them have like have two plugs, like a test plug, and then the other one's actually just a switch it plugs into. Um, yeah. So, anyways, this I put a sealed cover on. Hold on. Yeah. Sump pump cover. All right. So I just had like a plastic lid that just like barely sat on there, right? What I put on there is actually this one. This is actually the one well, no, this one has the drain. I didn't buy the one with the drain. It's in the stream.
Yeah. Because
Oh,
he's not going to show
that can-
anyone else.
I'm showing it. It's right here.
Stream.
We're just having a talk before we start. So, anyways, I had to cut. My sump basin actually stuck up above the ground like 5 or 6 inches.
Kind
The
of like
bucket. It's stuck way up here, and I had to cut it down, pull the sump out, get this lid lined up to where the sump pump used this hole, seal it to my floor, drill holes, and nail that sucker to the floor basically with some concrete screws. Hook the sump up through the opening, seal everything, and put the cover on. And the reason for the sealed cover is actually this hole right here, which you basically pump air out of, and that air comes from your foundation through the same system the water comes through. And the purpose of pumping that air out is under your house, especially if you live in the Midwest, you have something called radon, which is created from uranium decay. It's It's an odorless gas that causes lung cancer. Yay! It's actually number 2 to smoking. So it's actually pretty common. Did a test in my house, had radon levels that were high, and I'm just like, all right, well, putting one in. So anyways, you hook up basically a 3-inch tube to this guy and a fan that sucks air out of that whole system all the way under the slab of your house. It pulls a vacuum on everything. Not like a crazy vacuum or anything, but and it pumps it out, and you push it out the side of the house and above the roof, and it goes to the sky where it would normally go if your house wasn't here. Because radioactive decay.
Hey, Havoc.
But get this part done.
Need to be taken care of before we actually start, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm sure we have stuff that needs to be taken.
Havoc.
Wait, I can see
Why did you
Corchi's
post-
name.
The stat page for a Tarrasque.
Because that is by canon and by actuality the strongest creature in all of like D&D, and the stats that Drez is using for whatever blows that thing out of the water by like 10 times.
Uh-oh. I hope we don't have to fight that.
Oh, I'm convinced he's just trolling us.
Oh yeah, probably.
I'm fairly convinced he's just trolling us. I mean, it's a very dread
No,
thing to
I
do.
think he's building. What's his name?
The devil.
Yeah, whatever fuck his name is.
D.
Dalton. Yeah.
Dalton Edward
think he's
Victor
building-
Ignatius Lane the Fourth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Devil.
Notes are important. Yes.
Oh, I have
The main character.
fiddling knife. Copper.
I mean, okay, so quiz time.
Hmm?
How many people are we after?
Mom,
Quiz time.
Dad.
It's 7.
I know it's a family.
um, yeah. You do have it written down though. Okay.
Envelope.
I'm deciding on nicknames
right
for
back.
everyone. Oh boy.
Issa is so lazy.
Why is Issa lazy?
Having nicknames for everybody.
Oh no, she's gonna nickname literally everyone that she meets and talks to. I've decided this is how she's dealing with certain things. I'm still trying to figure out what nickname works for Perla other than Pearls.
P-Dog.
No, that's just some lazy shit right there.
Moondoggy?
What? How do I make diamond chest? Gold chest, iron chest, chart chest. Sorry.
Okay. Variation nicknames that sound alike. There's not much that sound good here.
Medici?
It's all of it.
That's the family.
They're yeah,
Oh yeah, that's
like Constantine Medici. I'm assuming that's his last name. I really don't know.
yeah, yeah.
How many crime families out there are led by people who don't have the crime family name?
I have no idea.
Nice.
Oh, Noah, did you even get my my message
Huh? What message?
from a few days ago?
Oh no, not yet.
I
Would you
can't.
I
be
will think about it
interested?
though.
Would you be interested in something I had thought up, or would you rather be completely you?
Completely me. Maybe a
Okay.
little bit of help at some point. Probably very soon.
Well, I had some spare time, and I was just thinking about it, and I thought of something that would be interesting for me. So maybe I'll just use that for myself at some point.
Mhm.
I'm trying to see the player icon for Perla's the Drow character,
Drow.
right? Yeah.
Joe.
Of which I will say now, as your GM for this character, you would have never seen before.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Okay, that's fair. That's good to know. So what I was about to do would probably.
What were you gonna do? Oh wait, no, I should not say that.
Nah, it's fine. Gosh.
Yeah, Yeah, since you come from a world where the elves are a little bit different, there is a drow parallel, but you would have never encountered one.
In all 24 years.
Yes.
I can't remember what the backstory was. Just the one city, I think, right? And maybe I can't remember.
I mean, I imagined you'd
Oh,
be a
she
bit
sailed.
of a
That
world
was right.
traveler.
Yeah, she sailed. That was right. She had a pirate thief. Maybe I should have just picked Swashbuckler.
I will say this, depending on what Perla explains to you, Issa would probably assume her to be of a peoples that are, it would not be correct, but wouldn't be wrong.
Okay.
Because there's definitely an elf species that would have been Dave's character that kind of worship the moon. So I think you would probably just like wave it off as just be like, oh, you're a weird looking one of them.
I'll be back in just a second.
We can hear anti-coughing through Gorgy's mic. I think. Oh? Oh, that might make sense.
I didn't cough.
Oh, yeah.
I belched massively as I walked out of the room.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Corgi, you're dating him.
She was wearing headphones. She wouldn't have heard it. It's fine. Dress responded to me and said, I told you I broke something.
When is something not broken?
When I am not in possession or anywhere around it.
Yes, never give this man
Same with
any...
Ghostly.
What?
Same with Ghostly.
Oh.
He not only fixes everything, but he also breaks it.
Yeah, I mean, that happens.
Let's see if I
Yeah,
can set
never
anything
give
else up with
Issa-
OBS.
Never give Issa any sort of all-powerful MacGuffin.
Why do I feel like What?
Sweet. All my stuff is already set.
I grabbed my Raspberry Pi media center out of the living room since I haven't been using it. Now I'm trying to decide what to do with it.
I'm sorry, a what?
A Pi.
Those tiny little computers that are super weak, but also pretty cool.
This is a Pi 4 with 8 gigs of RAM. It's basically as powerful as a laptop was 6 years ago.
Yeah, like I said.
It's not that weak. I mean, if you try putting Windows on it, yeah, it's gonna be weak, but
I mean, Chromebooks are as bad as that thing.
I think Chromebooks might be worse than this.
Fair enough.
But to be fair, mine's a bit clocked up, and I've got lots of heat sinks and a fan on it, which most of the time people don't put those on there, and they just thermal throttle themselves to being slow.
What?
I'll do this later.
What does that even mean?
What?
What you just said.
I'm sorry. Perchi was like saying something and then looking at me strangely. What's happening? Oh, Corchi resubscribed. Thanks, Corchi.
How nice of her.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you alright over there?
Is Corchi sleepy?
You working on that energy drink too?
Oh, I should drink. Lemonade.
The blue elixir.
I have to do online school for tomorrow and Friday. No, just tomorrow and Friday.
All right, where's our DM? It's starting time.
DM's the only one missing.
I feel like this is the opposite of how this usually goes, right?
Well, here's the problem here, Nova. I don't think you should really be expecting to be doing a lot of in-class stuff in the near future.
What?
Well, the South African Virus Institute or whatever has found another variant.
Oh,
Oh, goody.
Yeah, and supposedly at least this one's proving to be worse than Omicron, since that wasn't
what
that
are they
bad?
calling it?
Deltacron?
Yeah,
Another
that one
Transformer.
was a lab mistake. That
Was it?
one was literally somebody looking at a reversed image or something. What I was reading.
Okay.
Another Transformer.
I am not up to date on the information.
Neither are the people running the show, apparently.
Hey now, Anti. To your own standards, you're getting a little too political now.
I wasn't. No.
Talking
That's a
about-
medical doctor
That's a
who
medical
discovered
thing.
that.
That's a
That was
medical
a
thing.
that was a medical
Fair
person, not a politician who came up with that one. All right, moving on.
Moving swiftly along.
Moving swiftly along. Did you not bring any energy drink, Archie?
I did, but
I mean, it's 6 o'clock. Yeah, it is kind of the cutoff, right? I mean, you could have some of the chili dog energy drink.
Chili
Well,
dogs.
what?
Ew!
Wait, is Dress
Whoa.
here?
Drez is in. He's in roll 20. He's just not in. What?
It's-
The DM is in roll 20, but he's not in voice chat.
It's special edition Thanic. Thanic chili dogs
Is that
G
him?
Fuel.
It's Dress.
It's fucking.
Hello, everybody.
That's why.
Everybody see the map that I am currently looking at.
I'm looking at a black
yes.
screen.
The
Is it
tokens
another
are not
token?
Oh wait.
associated.
I just needed to scroll up. I was zoomed way in.
How did you have my token here but not a token?
Yeah, that's
Also,
not
I
actually
do not-
That's
I do not have control of my token.
Yeah.
Me
I
neither.
think he just pulled it out of his library rather than our character pages.
Yeah, I did. My
Yeah.
bad.
Is it an
Wait.
actual token or is it an actual map? The map.
It is a token.
Okay.
It is just that I do not have control of my token.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me.
Yeah, just drag one from your character sheet list thing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You do that. I will.
Just delete the other one.
Yeah.
I need some. I'm gonna have some of my vitamin C gummies here.
No.
Vitamin C gummies.
Yeah.
Which one was I in? This one?
I got got really sick last week, and I'm still recovering from it. So
Aw.
Oh no.
Boost that immune system.
Hey.
I've got vitamin gummies. I just don't like eating them.
Where the hell? Okay. Would. Yeah.
these
All
ones
right.
aren't that bad. These are
No.
like
They don't taste bad. It's just like a bunch of sugar in my mouth and vitamin
Okay.
flavor.
they're just little oranges.
It's not my
What
favorite.
can you guys see in the room?
I see this room.
I see
I
beds.
see
I
room.
I see a hallway.
Room.
And then this stuff over here is blacked out. Whatever you
Yeah,
got.
there's a bunch of
There's like
blacked out
a-
things.
Yes.
Blacked out. Blacked out.
Over
Yeah.
the fire pit.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll show you what we can see.
Can I ask why you are in the common area?
There's absolutely no reason I would be forced into a room.
Okay. No, that's fair. Would you just sleep on the couch then?
I never had beds described, and I don't trust this location.
Okay. No, that's more than fair. I wanted
Like-
the explanation.
Yeah. Like, is
And
there
then I
even
get-
like an attendant here? Or is it just a empty space with us in it?
This, if you notice by the table by the front door here and the bookshelves that I had described earlier,
Mhm.
this is the room where you guys met with Dalton.
Is okay.
There's no old lady.
Yes, there is no old lady because
She
she wasn't
fizzled.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's still no one here.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he did tell us that we were gonna stay here. He did mention that before he left.
Yes, he did mention that. My character still doesn't have to like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went and slept up against the door, probably.
Of this, the main door here, or
No,
the main door?
no, the main door here. I would have like scooched the bed up against the door and then
Okay.
slept there.
You guys are going. Morning is going to pass until morning while you're here. So, if you're going to be in a room, please put yourselves into a room now. If you're not, please position yourself to where you will be if you are not.
I'm getting some music going,
I mean,
but my token is where I want to be.
Okay.
I got some lo-fi but awesome cranking again.
Yeah, just let me know when everybody's settled.
yeah,
One
this
second.
room seems a lot, or this location seems a lot bigger than was described, but that's okay.
I thought smaller, but you know, mental.
Eh,
The mind's eye, right? We have our own imaginations.
facts, facts. That's why you describe a monster first, then drop it on someone.
Let the fear do the work for you. Corchi, did you stay in a bed? Okay. Did
So
did Sniffy stay in a bed?
Yes.
What's wrong with that? We need absolutely messy closet angle. I imagine
It's a work in
mess is
progress.
just an anti-thing.
Oh, you're standing by the. Or you're
Oh,
standing
there
by the
is?
closet.
You
I
have,
thought you were
like-
getting like
It's like
in a hallway
it's
or
like
something.
a closet.
Was it desk at one point? No! Turn it the other way! No, the other way! Stop showing people my closet! I'm trying to like move her camera so that it's not pointing at the
Chaos
closet. She's like,
control.
look!
What? So you got some skeletons in that closet or something?
Oh my god. No, it is the least organized part of this room.
Okay, so
Chaos Crow.
just a little heads up. For you guys, the players, your characters can choose to accept this or not, but for all intents and purposes, this is going to be your base of operations. That's basically what Dalton said.
Okay.
Sick.
That being said, is going to pass till morning. Are you guys doing a watch while you're here, or are you guys just kind of going to sleep?
That
Like
that was
normal.
that was my personal decision. The others do not have to go along with that.
Oh no.
So,
I'm just...
so you are doing a watch?
Yeah.
I have scooched
Okay.
the bed up against the door so that it cannot be opened, and I'm sleeping in the bed. Or another
Like-
piece of furniture, whichever.
I don't imagine that's the first time you've done that.
No, I'm pretty sure
And
it's not.
And I guess for lack of having anything better to do for 4 hours, Perla's gonna also do a couple watches, just because.
Are you guys going to trade off, or are you going to both do same watch at the same time?
It doesn't matter to me.
Well, if you guys are staying up for the full night, you will suffer a point of exhaustion.
Well,
Just
I
a
think the
heads
whole
up.
point is I would stay up as long as I could until I pass out,
Okay.
which would probably be about 2 hours or so.
Okay.
And then Perla, because she is an elf, she doesn't sleep. She just does the trance thing.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
You turn the music down. That's a little bit loud.
You know,
Perla and
looking at
Anna,
the
can you
windows-
please roll a perception check for me?
Sure thing.
You said perception?
Yes, please.
Let me open my sheet.
Hey, awesome.
I'm not even in the chat. There we go.
So, oh, did we start the stream and everything? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
we're
I
live.
didn't check.
Yeah.
My
Okay,
my
okay,
stream's going.
Okay, cool. All right. So, Perla and Anna, during your half-asleep haze, you hear the front door open and close.
Well, that's not good. We're talking this door?
This door right here, the one behind the fireplace.
Okay. I am immediately up and blade drawn.
Perla will stand, but will not draw her blade.
Do you go to inspect the
Yeah, I kind of look at Perla and I nod over, and as I start working my way around the coffee table.
Is Anna heading like just kind of staying out of sight, or actually going to the door?
Not staying out of sight, but like, carefully creeping forward. Eyes just like peeled on this location.
Okay. And I guess Perla is going to kind of walk over as well. Still no blade drawn, but she's trying to be quiet.
Is there nothing like coming around the corner, or was it just the sound?
It was just the sound that you heard.
You there, whoever you are, come out.
You get no response.
Kind of look over to Perla uneasy, just going, did something come in? Did something go out?
Perla's gonna take a couple more steps forward and get a line of sight on the door.
You can see all the way to the door. There is nothing there. It is just the door.
Strange.
I look around a lot more frequently. Could it be something invisible or something small?
Perla just kind of puts a hand to her chin, thinking. I wonder if the place that we're in is a completely separate sort of space than the location that this place usually inhabits. After all, there were magics employed.
Yes, needn't remind me on that. I don't know, have you encountered such things before?
I almost want to ask if I can do a roll for this to see if Perla has actually encountered some sort of spatial magic before.
Is that knowledge lore? Oh no, sorry, that's history now. Actually no. Roll an Arcana for me.
Woo!
Okay, yeah. This place functions Like it is very clear that this place functions as a separate dimension. Like it is obvious.
Then that's strange. Why would we hear the door opening and closing? Unless the door is.
Hardly some sort of secure abode we have, then, if that's the case. I'm going to keep the sword low, but I'm going to go up to the door, check the handle, and open it if it will allow.
The door has a bit. It's more heavy than you're used to a normal door being.
The door has teeth.
No. So
Oh no!
Door
so
mimic.
you go to open the door, and you feel as if the door is heavy, like as if something is propped up against it.
Propped up against it, you say?
Yes.
Uh-huh. I turn back to Pearl and go, this may not be magic. And I'm going to try and shoulder check it.
As soon as you do, the door opens, it gives away, and two bodies drop in front of you.
Dead bodies?
Dead bodies.
Okay, what do they look like?
They are the guards that you encountered at the slave auction. Very
Uh-huh.
specifically.
I had a feeling.
Okay.
Like you recognize them as the guards that you encountered during the slave auction. Yes.
So the door's currently open, the bodies are now in the door.
Yes, they are now in the doorway.
Is there blood?
Oh yeah, no, they're coated in blood.
And the ground outside?
Yes, it is on the ground outside, and you can see into the outside, and it is the main location that you're used to. It is Augustine, the city of Augustine. You can see. It's
Is there anyone out there?
It's still early morning, so there's not a whole lot of foot traffic. No.
Okay. I call back to Pearl and go, we have a bit of a problem here.
I can see that. What are these two doing here? And not being alive in that sense.
What appears to have been their mode of dispatcher?
They were basically like assassinated, like just slit throat, done. They were hit with an assassin's dagger. Had their
So
throat
both
cut.
of them very quickly.
Yes.
I kneel and I go, this is quick work. This was powerful work. Should we rouse the others? Or do you think this was just meant as a message for myself and the rest of us?
Very well could have just been a message.
Around this time, you're going to hear rain coming from the back of the building.
So towards like this area then?
Yes, very specifically the back of the building.
I kind of furrow my brow and I crack the door and I look up at the sky. Is it even inclement? Or
Oh
beginning
no,
to be?
it is clear sky.
How loud is all this that's happening?
So actually, at about this time, it would be about time for you guys to wake up, and you are being woken up by the sound of the rain.
I quickly close the door and I push the little button lock. I go, Well, that's awfully strange. Perhaps we leave this for later and inspect this new odd occurrence?
Something strange is definitely going on. I agree.
So basically, we were woken up early in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, so like Perla would have been awake long beforehand
Probably.
because of her trance thing.
Yeah. I would say like there's enough time for you guys to kind of have your long rest and you guys are fully restored, all that good stuff. So yeah. And this is all happening about around the same time, so
I don't know why Havoc shooting craps over here, but he won.
what was the Arcana roll for? Or no wait, sorry.
I was about
Never
to
mind.
say.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Anyways, Issa.
Yeah, I've drugged the
Sinefo
bed away, and I'm scooting
and-
out.
Yeah. So you all can hear the sound of the rain too. Kazuto, I need you to roll me an insight check.
Insight.
Yes.
Wait.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Alright,
so-
The door
So-
is definitely looking hungry.
So Kazuto, you recognize this rain sound. It is very familiar to you, but you cannot place it. You cannot place it.
I'm
It-
sorry, is Japanese rain more noticeable than a non-Japanese rain?
You'll understand why once you find out.
Okay.
We're getting
so
there.
yeah. So yes, very much. This rain is something you recognize, but you can't put your finger on it.
I'm gonna move out of my room.
Yeah, I scooched my bed, and I'm walking around.
Okay.
Do you hear that, Sniffy?
Please stop calling me that, and yeah.
Oh, well, good morning, all. Glad to see you all bright.
Okay, so you guys are all down this hallway now?
Yeah, we're moving
Yeah.
to investigate this new phenomenon.
What's going on,
Okay.
you two?
So the rain sound is very specifically coming from behind this door.
As I pass by East, I just go, rain and dead bodies, it's fine.
What? Dead bodies? I just woke up.
Don't
I don't
go
answer.
out. Don't go to the front door. As he immediately goes to the front door.
I'm of course opening the front door.
Well, he said the bodies were inside now.
They're in the door.
Oh, they're inside? Okay. I'm gonna search the bodies.
Of course you were.
Oh my goodness.
You find a single note in the breast pocket of one of the guards.
I would like to read said
You
note.
would.
The note says, I hope you accept my present. Look forward to having you as my champion. Signed, P.
Oh,
Which,
goody.
who the fuck is P?
I think we've attracted some unwanted attention.
I need to grab my notebook.
Okay. Okay. Alright. I like where this is going. I'm gonna...
I hope you accept my present, or I hope you enjoy my present. I look forward to having you as my champion. Signed, P.
I'm gonna predict something right now. It's probably another one of the The Medici or
The
Medici.
family members.
I mean,
Yeah,
I already
I'm
assumed
thinking
that.
so too.
Also, you guys don't know this note's here because I'm totally just putting it in my pocket.
Yeah, but I'll write it down in my notes anyways.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna type that all out. I already scribbled it down.
Of course.
All right, I'm going to, swiftly rejoin the others.
Oh wait, hang on a sec.
And
Sorry.
it's still coming from this door.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yes.
let them do what they're doing. I haven't made it there yet.
Does Kazuto look affected by this?
Hold on, 1 second.
Who the fuck is that?
How do
What's the
I
dog doing?
do I save this somehow?
It's just in handouts. I
Oh.
thought no, it's not there anymore.
I don't know why it's giving a name. That's my name. That's irrelevant to the story. I'm sorry.
You can pop it out too. That's really
Okay, I'm back.
kind of funny.
Quickly, everyone dox this man.
Yes, I know it's such a common name. It's not quite as
What?
uncommon of a name as mine, of course.
There you go.
Wait,
That's
you
better.
say your name's not Real? Are we all living a lie?
Yeah.
People on the internet lied. Oh
There.
no!
Now it's
You
in
have-
handouts.
There.
'Cause-
All right.
I'm just so glad that you're telling the truth, Nova, because that is such an interesting and unique name.
oh, okay. It's in hand. Oh,
I apologize for that little snafu. It was an autocomplete error.
I haven't shown
Anyway.
them the note. In case you missed that, Snippy.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Wait, you did
Oh.
not?
I did not share the note with you yet.
Okay.
I haven't
Yeah,
actually
so-
rejoined you yet. So
Yeah,
do your thing.
Kazuto,
We'll get there.
Yes.
is he having a, existential crisis moment as he's just frozen here? Or...
So yeah, like I said, well, there's two doors right here. The rain sound is coming from this door. Kazuto,
Oh, there's two doors.
Kazuto, recognizes the sound.
Excuse me.
But cannot place it.
Okay.
You doing okay
Um,
there, young friend?
Can I
Oh,
offer you a lozenge?
You also see there are two doors up here as well.
Oh.
So, do you check any of these doors?
Well, without Kazuto offering that information, I'm going to go to the door that has the rain sound.
Okay.
And I'm going to carefully peek it open.
The door is locked.
Oh.
Bruh.
And it's locked from the outside. I mean, Korchi, that's up to you as a character whether you go, huh?
That's familiar.
Her. Huh.
Huh.
I think I've
Yeah,
heard
so
this before.
that particular door you are trying to access is locked.
But is it locked from the outside or the inside?
The opposite side of which you're trying to.
Pull out my lockpicks!
Oh boy.
Wait, you have lockpicks too?
No.
I got mine.
I was about to say, are thieves' tools? That'd be what you'd be pulling out.
I neither have proficiencies nor tools.
No, nobody's getting.
Clearly.
I'm still just hanging around the back corner here.
So you're going to try to lockpick the door?
No, I can't lockpick the door.
Okay. All right.
I turn back to the group. I go, any of you of the less than righteous persuasion, and I look at Kazuto, knowing the other two are faith-bound people.
Wait, did somebody call my name? I kind of run over. Hey, what's going on?
This door is locked.
Oh, this one? I'm gonna try
This
the
one's
handle on
all
this door.
Oh.
Oh, that's not locked. It opens immediately. It's another bedroom. Here. Whoop.
This door's not locked.
Okay.
Whoopa whoop, whoopa whoop.
There you go. It's another bedroom.
Wait,
Wait.
there are two different doors there? Oh, I thought it was like a.
What was it? This one? I'm gonna try the next door.
Also easily opens. It's another bedroom.
No, that
No.
door down at
None
the
of
end
these
of the
doors are
hallway.
locked.
The door at the end of the hallway.
I raise up
okay.
my hand and I give you like a quick wave
Try this one.
and gesture in the air at this door.
You're gonna try this one?
Oh, I'm gonna try that
Also-
one too.
Also,
Another
this one.
bedroom.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
no,
it's
it
a
easily
dining room.
opens. Yep, dining room.
I'm gonna look for valuables.
Because of course he is.
I do a rusty turn to the rest of you as Issa disappears through this door, and just do hand gestures like, "What the fuck?"
Perla just shrugs.
Okay, so you're
Well-
looking at the dining room. There's plates and silverware, but they're not valuable silverware. Also, this place is yours, so you would be stealing from yourself. Keep that in mind. That is what Dalton says. Dalton
Battered
has
face is throughable.
I mean,
Dalton has said this place is yours.
I've stolen from my friends before. It's fine.
Okay. Do you,
Oh
do you
my-
want to
I'm gonna
steal
walk
some
back out. There's a
garbage
really-
steal from silver?
We got a dining room and a kitchen over there, guys.
I'm just leaning against this wall here, just scratching my forehead, just waiting.
Move out of the way so I can look at this door.
I step back.
Oh my god. I hate the grid system sometimes.
Just
Hold
hold on.
Alt.
I know. I forget. Fine. Alright, let's see if I can get this popped open for us.
Well, DM.
Alright.
Yeah. I'll allow it.
She rakes the
Couple
lock
things.
like it's a master lock.
No. It's a very tough go. It's very, you're fumbling. It's you're not used to this type of lock, I guess. So it takes you a minute, but you eventually get it. As you're doing so, the rain stops. Korchi, before they open this door, can you give me another insight check? Or sorry, Kazuto. Yeah, you just you're really like, it's bothering you at this point that you cannot place it, but you're like, man, I know this. This is very familiar to my life. Do you open the door?
Yeah.
I person who-
I opened the door, yes. Yeah.
You open the door?
Yeah. She hasn't
Okay.
said anything to me, so I'm just gonna pop it open.
All right. So as you open the door, you
Boom, drat.
are. Hold on. I did not have a token prepared. I'm sorry.
Dalton in the
Oh, no.
bath with a rubber ducky.
Strange. My hit points got reset on my character sheet. Good thing I remember what I had.
Oh no.
What do you mean reset?
Did you actually
Like
take
it just-
damage?
No, I didn't. Like my character sheet didn't have a value listed for my maximum health
Oh.
I
or
should
my
probably
current
pop-
health for that matter. It's just a good
Oh,
thing I
weird.
remember what it was.
You should be able to pull up the chat log if you rolled for it. If you you scroll
Well,
all the way up.
I remember what I remember what it was. So.
Oh. Don't lie now. It's 178.
Yeah, I secretly have the health of a level 20 paladin.
Okay. Anyway. As you open the door,
Thing.
you
See thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Proceed.
You are met with a very stark naked drow male standing in a pool of water.
Sorry about that. I'm gonna close the door and back away.
Yeah, I think both of us put our hand on the door and close it.
Pearl is just like,
Should we be concerned about that?
So what's in there?
nothing you needed to see.
Another elf like Peggy over here.
Perla.
I'm sorry, Peggy. That was both in and out of character.
I shrug in character and shrug out of character. This is what I came up with.
I kind of lean my back against the door here, just go, so there's a male drow in there.
A what now?
I turn and I knock on the door, go, excuse me, sir.
Do you explain like the exact situation to the party?
I mean, if you want me to be exact, how long is he?
No. Like,
Bruh.
do you mention that like he's standing in a pool of water, etc., etc.?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Kazuto, you're gonna realize that somebody was just taking a shower. And
That's it.
because running water is not a common thing for the rest of these people, you are the only one that can make that connection.
Not
So
gonna say.
I've got to ask, out of character, who's putting a complicated lock on a bathroom?
Dalton putting
Okay.
a complicated lock on a
All
bath.
right. Okay.
The irony being, I already made the joke that this was a bath, and I was completely right, accidentally.
So do you share this information with the party?
Yeah, I think he did, didn't he?
No, Kazuto,
Okay.
do you share?
Oh yeah. Hey guys. Wait, it's running water. And that's a shower.
Running
Slowly in.
water?
What do you mean?
What? Like a stream?
You mean he's in there bathing?
Oh, please.
I mean, it seemed as though. Technically speaking, it's rare, but you probably might have come across a shower.
Okay.
Rare, not unheard of.
So yeah, as you guys are having this conversation, you're gonna hear some fumbling behind the door.
Well, I did knock on it and try to get his attention. Was there nothing else of that?
He calls out, just a second.
I'm still leaning up against the door. Wait, does it open in or open out?
You can totally make the comedic decision here, Trez.
Yeah, yeah. It opens in. By the way.
Okay, well, technically speaking, I would have known that. So I'm going to have my hand on the door.
Okay.
Darn.
I mean, I was present there for him opening or Issa opening it, so yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, like right next to me. So.
I don't know. I kind of. I kind of thought you.
I, yeah, pretty much. A bit, but not like walking in on someone and jumping them.
Yeah.
What?
Well
the
then.
fuck?
Remember, anti is salty, not us salty.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I don't even
That was loud.
understand that joke.
That was
Kevin.
loud.
No, it was not.
Like,
I know it actually was pretty loud.
yeah,
But
that was pretty loud, dude.
Yeah, no, your soundboard is always like to 80 plus.
The bro
See.
one was fine. It was.
Yeah, mine is the bro one, because mine is
Dude,
correctly
dude.
tuned.
Use the other
Still
one?
high, but
I'm-
better.
Gonna
Yes,
mute
mine is
Nova.
correctly tuned.
for
Server muting Nova.
Brat. Anyways, moving on.
So has he been here the entire time?
I don't know.
Who-
I didn't see anyone else.
Ask him.
Are you telling me you all went to sleep in beds that you didn't bother, like, checking?
I was pretty tired, and I made sure my door wasn't getting opened.
I look over the Perla and I just kind of like, my hands run down my face. I go, I'm surrounded by morons.
I mean, he could have been here the whole time. We didn't see anyone come in while we were out front, did we?
I mean, apart from the door.
Yes, apart from the dead bodies. Speaking of which, and she turns her attention to Issa, did you find anything interesting on them?
What? What are you talking about?
You went back to the front door.
Oh, you saw that. Oh. I
You
didn't know what you guys were
I
talking
mean, you
about.
went right by all of us.
No.
I'm
You
assuming
all
that was
went
going
by
for a
me. I was still here by my door.
Okay, let me rephrase that then. We came over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we were missing a fifth.
And it stands to reason with you and your nature that you would have gone to check and maybe see if the bodies had anything on them.
I look you up and down and go, yes, your nature.
I take out the note. Well, there was a note stapled to one of their chests, but
snatch it.
you guys didn't look.
I snatch it!
It wasn't stapled to their chest, but
I-
yes.
I know it wasn't stapled to their chest, but I'm gonna say that anyway.
you don't even know what staples are.
Nailed to their chest. I don't care.
Ah, got him!
Here. There you go.
Staples have been a thing for a very long time. Not
So-
staple or staples, but like, 2 hook nails. Yeah.
Anyways,
What does it read?
Well, everybody has to know. So.
I mean, yes, but I snatch it. I go, P? Who is this P? Apart from him inside. Meanwhile, I bang on the door again and go, "Hurry the fuck up!"
Just a second. I'm sorry.
Okay, bye, cat.
I can.
Hello, gato.
No, got to go by.
Oh no.
Got to go out the door. Alright. Anyways. If I were to take a guess, this P might be one of the family, and we've attracted the wrong kind of attention. Just a guess, but you
But
never
how
know.
would they know we were here?
I mean, they seemingly have guards everywhere.
Seemingly, but I mean, if this is some sort of extra-dimensional, magical, whatever you wish to call this, I would find it hard to believe that they would be able to zero in our location unless they are seemingly so well versed with this Dalton character, eye roll, that they can somehow track him down despite being unable to capture him.
Maybe the note wasn't even meant for us.
These are the guards that held me.
Yeah, maybe.
So why? There's too many coincidences here, dear Sinefo.
Hmm.
Tap, tap, tap outside the door.
This time, the door is going to open up, and you are going to see
Back up a
A
little
person.
bit here.
hold on.
I think I would have
A
moved.
person.
Yeah, I think I would have moved the shield onto my arm, but not have my weapon drawn.
Okay. Um.
Just gonna scooch into the dining room. This hallway's really crowded.
Yeah, it's getting a little crowded in the hallway.
I could stand in the doorway that I opened earlier. It's fine.
Except Sinefo. Sinefo can run back and forth for days.
Hey, don't you make fun of Sniffy.
That was out of character. You should.
Oh.
I just realized the grid is not lined up.
No, it is
No,
not.
it's not.
It bothers me slightly, yes. That's
Yeah.
it's fine. Don't worry about it right now.
Anyways,
The scale's a little.
can you all see this
Yes.
individual?
William Tynes.
Oh,
Oh my.
there's a
Alright then.
there's a
So this
render.
is who opens the door. It is a drow male in a full butler suit.
Oh, we don't get a hero forge for Dalton himself.
No.
No.
Oh.
Dalton
You just
has
get
his
Game of
own.
Thrones.
It's not Game of Thrones.
I know. I'm just memeing. Anyways.
Anyway, yes. So William Tynes. He is about to introduce himself. Yes, sorry. My name is William Tynes.
There you go.
I'm
Nova.
the attendant of this home. I've been asked by the owner of this establishment to care for this particular building as well as attend to the needs of those who stay in it during their particular missions, so to speak.
I'm sorry. Have you been here the entire time?
Why, yes. I've been here since Master Dalton has brought you into the building.
So then the front door wasn't you.
The front door?
Someone left a couple of bodies and a message.
Heavens, this is very unusual. This particular building is safe from all outside interference.
We heard the door open, but no one was there, and then when we opened the door, the bodies were there.
That's quite unusual.
Yeah, quite unusual. Could we maybe take care of that? And I gesture for him to walk past.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna just kind of march down.
I'm gonna
It's-
follow him.
Oh, you're gonna follow him? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep a few paces behind, but I'll go keep this parade going.
All right. Where, eh, where exactly was the bodies?
Right in front
Right
of
at
the door.
front door.
Okay. Yeah, he'll march over to the front door. Are you guys gonna follow him?
Not
Sure.
Yeah, I'll give him some space, like back here. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, those are.
Kind of peeking around the corner.
Can you what now?
I'm kind of peeking around the corner.
Oh, the building is called. No, that is the city in which we are currently in. This building is called Shadow House.
I think it should be called the cashew.
Oh.
I will slap you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong group of people. Never mind.
Yeah, no, it is called the
You're not
Shadow
even-
House.
No, I'm not.
You're
No,
not
I'm
even
I'm
with
I'm
us at the
totally in
moment.
this room rifling for valuables.
Okay, that room that you're particularly in is less impressive than all of the other rooms. That is William's room.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking for valuables.
That's why he's in there.
Okay.
Would you like a perception roll?
He doesn't have anything of value. There's nothing
It's
of
pretty
value.
obvious there's nothing of value. All right, well then
Yeah.
I'm gonna look around and then I'm just gonna rejoin the group.
Okay. So William is going to look down at the bodies. Crying shame, crying shame.
Is this a common occurrence in this part of the town?
In the town, yes, but not in the Shadow House. We have a standard to represent.
And what sort of standard is that?
Well, for starters, those who are only allowed to enter the Shadow House can enter the Shadow House. And then at this point, he's going to wave his hand up. And right next to him is going to be a door that's kind of glowing. And he's just going to chuck the bodies through that door, that glowing door.
Let the
That's a
bodies
neat
hit the
trick.
floor.
And yeah, he'll lower his hand and the door will disappear.
Are they 300 feet in some random direction? That's you, Dres9 character.
Yes, that was Dimension Door.
Okay.
You said that only those allowed to enter would be able to enter, but no one actually entered that we knew of.
Who else can enter this location then? What's the full list of names?
Well, there is myself, whom I never leave. So, there's Master Dalton.
Lovely.
I imagine he doesn't exactly need a door, though.
No, he's quite skilled in what he does. And then there is the individuals who have the active contract for this building, which are all of you.
And there is no one else you claim.
He's gonna snap his fingers, and a glowing scroll's gonna appear in his hands, and he's gonna kind of look it over. A Issa, is it?
Yep.
Perla
Me.
just turns and looks over it where Issa's standing.
A Perla,
Present.
a Sinefo,
Yeah, that's me.
a Kazuto, and an Anathula.
Nathula, thank you very much.
Oh, my apologies. Anathula. That is everybody on my list.
Is it possible that others know the location of this building, even though they may not enter it?
I suppose some allies to Master Dalton could know the location of this building, but so long as they do not have an active contract to this building, they cannot enter.
Just to be clear, we did hear the door open, correct?
Yes, you did hear the door open and close.
I look over to Paula or Perla and I kind of grimace a bit and I go, "Then can you explain to me how just a few moments ago the two of us heard the door open and close, and upon inspection is when we found these bodies?"
Well, did you bring the bodies into?
The bodies fell in, but it was during the investigation of the door opening and closing is when they fell.
Yes, the bodies were outside, and we opened the door to see if anything was present, and then there were the bodies.
That is very, very unique.
Your master's magic must hardly be as powerful as we're led to believe.
Wow.
He's just gonna chuckle and kind of bite his nail at that, because he thinks he thinks that's hilarious.
Either way, failing that and not really having much else to go on, what can you tell us of this note that we found? Who might this P be? And she gestures towards... Fuck. She gestures towards Anna, who has the note.
P.
Cat, welcome back.
I am not familiar with a P. I am. Unfortunately, I'm not intimately knowledgeable of them. I just know of their dealings.
Darn.
I mean, it could be the Patriarch, guys.
Would you sign P?
I don't know. I don't know what he goes by. What?
No,
Huh?
kind of talked over you. Go ahead, Courtson.
Kind of loud.
Oh.
Um, might I see the note, please?
Drez.
Dress is cammed up.
Yes.
I'm
Might-
eating some
might I
Buddha.
see-
Yeah,
Might
boy.
I see the note, please? And he's gonna put his hand out, kind of reaching for the note.
Oh well, I think I have it. If well, I specifically said I snatched off of Issa, but no roll was made to do so.
Oh no, I let you take it.
Okay, so
Okay.
is somebody gonna give
yes,
him the
I
note?
hand it to William.
Okay. He's gonna read it over. Well, I can only assume that the present is the bodies.
We gathered as much, yes.
Do you have any connection to these bodies?
These were the guard.
Everyone slowly turns to Kazuto.
Guards at me.
I thought these were the.
Are they different?
Oh no, no,
Weren't
these were the these are.
Yeah, these were the guards that were holding Anna.
Yeah.
These were the guards that we
Kazoo,
found
you're just
down at the
confused.
port.
Kazu!
Anti, for
Oh,
some
feel
reason,
free
Cat
to
can't hear
smack
Corky.
him. Yeah, he called you Kazoo.
Well, I look forward to having you as a champion. I could only speculate as that is in reference to the Colosseum.
Quite possibly.
Hang on, out of here, character here. Anti, for some reason, stream can't hear Corky.
He gown.
He should have been able to hear it.
He
yeah,
probably
he
has her
We
muted
can-
on a whole,
Oh,
so I don't know how the various mics would pick up.
wow.
Yeah, sorry. She just needs to speak louder for my mic to pick her up.
Oh, okay.
Can't hear Corchi.
Ooh.
You're gonna need y'all to work on your accents. Oh, okay. I'll unmute Corchi. If there's weird echoes, just let me know.
Yes. Well,
Sorry.
I would assume that the champion reference is referring to the Colosseum.
There's a Coliseum here?
And that would
Yes.
be. And that would be part of the pleasure of gambling, would it not?
Yes, that is correct.
Give me a sec. You guys keep on going.
Are you trying to get us involved in some sort of fight for coin kind of grift?
Rift, that's a good time.
Who me?
I hardly think that is a good time, sir.
What?
I'm sorry, madam. Madam. Out of character, I said sir. In character, I would have said madam.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I won't have to have a witty retort to that then, so we're good. Drez just resubscribed to the stream for 38 months in a row.
Yeah.
Our DM is the champion subscriber around here.
Try hard.
Okay. What can I
I
say?
swear that he resubscribed last time we did this, like last week. But obviously I'm tripping, so.
Oh, he's got multiple subs rolling. It's fine.
Yeah.
A
I'm a
foot-long
total sub.
meatball, a foot-long steak and cheese.
Okay. Yes. So, anyways, he's basically like, hey, it's the Colosseum. I don't know what you want other than that.
Oh, just do the thing.
What?
The thing you said you were gonna go for all stream.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What is this thing?
Not as exciting as
Yeah.
you guys think it's on.
And you sure did make. Oh god.
What is
Drez
the
loves the
thing?
Magikarp hat, I think.
No, he loves
No.
you, and he is desperately concerned about your health in this cold time in Michigan.
I love their leaders and their cats.
They are nice and warm.
Here's a hat.
Nice.
Who else has Pokemon hats?
I don't. I wish I
I
did.
don't.
Oh, this
Of course, you got the
works.
Slowpoke on.
This works. Since of course she's got the slowpoke.
Bruh.
Okay.
Hat stacking for real?
You are the definition of a hat on a hat, good
Wait,
sir.
wait, you should just wear this because he's asking for it.
Nope, nope. She's wearing a slowpoke voluntarily. You are stacking.
Hey,
No.
at least,
Alright, no.
at least the Eevee's only for 15 minutes. The Magikarp's for the entire stream, but
This just doesn't work. Like,
My
Magikarps
chest.
can't wear Eevee hats. It doesn't work.
My chat saying no Sylveon hat. Boo.
Aww.
Facts.
I'm an Umbreon fan.
I ain't got money for all the evolutions.
You should totally get them anyway.
They stopped carrying several of the hats. Hopefully they get more of them
I
when we
mean,
go
you
back
may
to
just
their
have to
cage.
get them from someplace else.
I was about to say you could probably custom order for some place. Anyways,
yes.
moving swiftly along.
Yes, back to the Coliseum. So, when are we going to go fight everyone?
I cross my arms. I have no intention of being anyone's champion. Much less someone who would leave bodies on our doorstep like this.
A simple missive would have done. But no, they had other intentions.
Hmm.
What was
Are
that about
you-
them? What was that about them not wanting to be out-crimed? We stole something from them, and she motions to Anna. So they kill the guards that were there and post them up as a message? I don't know.
This
Seems
city's
convoluted.
weird.
Strange thing to do in this strange land.
Genuinely seems quite convoluted.
So, anyone want to get some breakfast?
I do.
I'd sooner not eat around the dead bodies, but...
The dead bodies.
Oh, right, they're gone, they're gone, they're gone. Never mind, never mind, never mind.
You put them in the
They're done.
incinerator. Fine.
I don't have anything to hydrate with. I have soda, but I don't have much else.
I don't have anything to hydrate with either. Because I'm not streaming. Oh,
Hmm. Here. This is the best I can do. I don't have any.
If
I don't have
we-
any gamer subs prepared, so.
If we leave this place, will it be gone or will it still be here?
It will still be in the same location you have left it.
Soda isn't hydration.
good, so you don't crumple into a odd little ball once we all leave then.
No. That would be quite uncouth.
Okay.
So
For character, if you guys want to go to the Coliseum, I'll probably have to be dragged.
What's for breakfast?
I can make you something straight away.
Oh, you're gonna cook for us too.
As I've said, I am the attendant of this building.
Can you make
Kinda
some
has to.
flapjacks?
Ooh, I would love flapjacks and lots of syrup.
Can you
Well,
make me
but,
something that isn't a salsa? Can you make me something that isn't associated with Dalton?
Hey,
Well,
Just
Hey,
hate
when in
pineapple.
Rome, literally, go for it. If you want to make a flatbread,
What?
Kazoo's
Are
the
you
character, the character who isn't doing the stuff.
I heard
heard food.
I came.
I came running.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do, says the character who doesn't do drugs in the city that legalizes drugs.
What? That
That is true.
it's pretty ironic.
But I do like free food.
Also, the irony being the only character here who could actually whip out the "when in Rome"
That
phrase.
too.
Right.
That too.
Nobody else would understand it.
my God, the levels.
Hmm.
This is Rome.
For me,
honestly,
Braun is just
on
stuck
a-
on an endless loop of.
Oh, do I need to reset my camera?
Oh, maybe it's just
I
me.
see it fine.
I think it's just her.
Hello.
It's fine.
No, it's
Ignore
working.
Kazoo.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm not the one who
Now
named the
that-
character Kazoo. So
All right then.
just come on, Annie. Let's go get some breakfast.
All right, well, anyways, William is going to go ahead and head to the kitchen and start preparing food for you guys.
As I'm walking along with Issa, just like, did you seriously just call me Annie?
Sure did.
I think it stopped.
I lean in very close. And I go, I will do this one last time. Ah, Nathula.
Yeah, Annie.
All right, so who asked for flapjacks, by the way?
Yo.
Okay, you two will have your flapjacks.
I would have asked for
Um,
something with egg and meat.
Then
Wait,
you will
these
have
aren't made
that.
out of meat? What kind of flapjacks are these?
Oh, that's
No,
a deep cut. That's a deep cut.
I'm doing
I'll
a
be
callback
honest,
to
I
something
almost
none of the
forgot.
other characters should understand. It's fine.
Yeah, no.
I'm just gonna start eating them. These are great though.
When I asked for flapjacks, I didn't mean Jack's flaps.
I just made it canon. Their ogre chef had no idea what flapjacks were, so he did their version of flapjacks.
It was just big saucers of meat.
Mhm.
I like to imagine just a big sausage patty with syrup
Okay,
on it.
so he's magical, so like
And obviously they have a shower, so
whatever you want to eat, he will make for you.
No, I asked for flapjacks for a reason. That he would make me
Okay.
regular flapjacks. And I can make
Yes.
that remark. It's fine. It's fine.
Pancakes.
You wanted flapjack. You got
Okay.
pancakes.
Well, anyways. Yes, everybody gets the food that they ask for because, like I
Yep.
said, he's magical.
Okay. Well, I mean, Pearl is just getting like some fruits and vegetables for breakfast.
Even though I'm disgruntled with you, I kind of look over as you're halfway down your stack of flapjacks, and I go, "It's a bit unusual to see those like us," and I gesture towards you, Issa.
Wait, what?
I kind of tuck a bit of my blonde hair behind my ear, and it's a small pointed ear, similar akin to yours.
Oh.
I just want some bread.
Gotta eat more than bread, Snippy. How are you gonna get big and tall?
Wow.
Slow, Rusty turn back to Issa.
Very funny.
Why must you insult so many people so early in the day?
I'm just trying to be friendly.
But commenting on the man's heights, like... So Nefo, I must ask, how old are you?
20.
You're 20? I thought you were like 9.
Can I smack him? Or
One damage.
flail my arm back and forth trying to hit Issa?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely try if you want to roll it. Do keep in mind I have that rule where people you use actions against do get to take a.
I mean, this might turn into a red breakfast instead of a bed and breakfast. But...
Oh my.
They do, yeah. So he could very well take a 20 on that.
What's
Just that-
your
just that.
what am I using? My strength? What are we doing?
Yeah, go ahead. Use your strength.
Just a fist.
It's not a fist. This is a
Slap
smack.
hand.
Okay, I'm gonna see it coming and just kind of dodge out of the way.
17 hit?
Auto success. There you go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna dodge out of the way and kind of knock her out of her chair as she tries to swing at me.
No,
No?
that's too much.
Oh.
Knocking her out of the chair is too much. You
Yeah, I'm not
can,
gonna outroll that anyways, so.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna roll an acrobatic. I'll just take the dodge 20.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you want to try and knock her out of the chair, then you have to roll it.
Just gonna be like, you know what? I'm just gonna sit over here. Where did Kazoo go? Didn't Kazoo want some flapjacks too?
My goodness.
I mean,
still up by the
really,
fireplace.
Issa. Why must you insult the short people like that? No,
Wasn't
sorry,
insulting.
short folk.
I wasn't insulting. I just made the wrong assumptions.
Quite. Pearl is just shaking her head as she's eating, she's got an apple. She's just kind of...
I am mildly discomforted, but I take it on the chin. It's just how I am.
So therefore, on the behalf of all half-elves, I am sorry, good sir.
Half elves.
Yes?
Halfling.
No. He's apologizing for me because his
Oh.
character's also a
okay.
half elf.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, on behalf of all halflings everywhere, I apologize to you. All of
I'm
the
not
short
that
people
short.
owe you a pay of respect.
I am 5'6.5", thank you. As she sits up in her chair.
Okay, just put it on your head. There is a tail section. Angle it over the tail.
Fine.
Well, do we want to explore this Colosseum that supposedly exists?
I mean, we should
Rub away
probably
temple.
go
Not particularly, but if you all wish to seek answers, I will follow.
I mean, I think we should start with that Constantine fellow.
But we really don't know where it.
Oh, I mean,
I thought we had an educated guess at least.
he's probably selling more people off over in that area.
Didn't he say that the next auction was going to be next week?
Oh, you're right.
But I would imagine they would have some sort of compound. And if everything is illegal, perhaps breaking and entering can't even be a punishable offense.
I mean, where were they storing you? For all, like, a week, right?
The underground section of that whole establishment. There's a number of cages and cells, various creatures and beings.
I'd be
You-
hard pre- Go ahead.
Sorry. You were kept underground mostly and kind of blindfolded. You will have took note that at some point just before you went to the auction block, you were on a boat.
Oh. Okay, then I amend my prior statement involving the sea travel. So yes, perhaps he has an island somewhere that he considers his, or at least some sort of prison.
It might be in that area where that explosion was yesterday. He did seem awfully concerned about that.
Roughly how long was the trip?
It was, I'd say, maybe about 45 minutes. Not a terribly lengthy trip, but they were going slower and more cautiously than a normal boat would. So I would say it's probably like if a boat was going a normal speed, it'd be like 10-15 minute boat ride.
So very likely to be within the city walls.
Yes, very likely.
Bark, bark.
Well, I spelled that out in my theory as well.
Sorry.
Hey, William, where can we get a map?
Well, I suppose you would need to find an ally in the city, would you not?
Do they not sell maps of the city normally? Or is it just a given that everyone knows the location like the back of their hand?
Yes, does the city not get much tourism? I mean, I understand, but
No, my understanding is that the city does get people from time to time.
I don't know who would want to come here.
But you have to understand that my knowledge is
I know,
limited.
I just realized.
As my whole life is particularly this household.
but surely you weren't raised here.
Oh, heavens, no. I was raised in Barovia.
Damn,
Barovia?
you guys.
Barovia, like bruh, via.
Bruh.
There you go.
Never been, never heard, but I'm sure it's a lovely place.
No, it's actually quite terrible. There's an evil vampire lord that has an strictly iron grip over the entirety of the nation.
Why?
I take it you prefer your current situation to that one then?
Quite.
I guess I could see how you could see this current predicament as a boon. Heavy on the sarcasm, but still.
How long have you been in service to our good patron here?
Hmm. Well, let's see, I left Barovia when I was about 250 years old. And I'm bordering on 400 now.
So quite a fair amount of time, considering elves like us usually live around 600 to 700 years.
Yes.
Thank you, Paula. I was just about to ask.
And in case you were about to ask me how old I am, I'm in the late hundreds. Not quite at
Oh,
200
no.
yet, but getting there.
I would hardly ask a lady her age.
No, but I imagine some might have that question burning on their minds, and she turns and looks at Issa.
What? Am I too young to sit at this table?
Yes, Issa, how
These-
old are you?
These full elves, man, so judgmental. I shake my head and go back to eating flapjacks.
Ah, I see. She won't answer that. Because I did specifically say I won't ask a lady her age.
Shoving another forkful in her mouth.
Sorry.
Perla, having finished her plate of fruits and veggies, just kind of leans back in her chair, takes a finger and starts like twirling it around with playing with her hair because there's nothing really else to do at the moment.
So should we head out to the docks, maybe?
It might be worth investigating what that explosion was.
I wouldn't mind peeping around, but keeping to the shadows as best we could, I suppose.
Quite.
Especially concerning the quiet one.
You mean Kazuto?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who's in more trouble, myself or him. He wasn't the one that was locked up, at least.
Well,
No, but it
you
probably
gotta be
stands on
careful
good
anyway.
reason. Yes, it probably stands on good reason they wanted him locked up. After his refusal to participate.
Or perhaps fodder for these fights.
She shrugs.
Alright, well I feel like I've spent enough time in this, kind of just rolls my neck around to look around the room. Fine establishment. Let's get someplace else a little less Dalton-y.
Quite.
Yeah, let's check those docks out.
Better than being lured to our deaths at the Colosseum, I believe. I start
Yeah.
heading out.
Yeah.
Come on, Kazoo. You gotta come with us.
Take care.
See you later, Billy.
Yes.
It's not
Billy
even
Boy.
close to what his name is.
It's.
Billy Boy.
I'm sorry. What is his name again?
William.
William.
It's
Okay.
William.
And what is the nickname for William?
Bill.
Bob.
Okay. And then if I call him Billy, how far off is that? And Bob is for Robert, by the way.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You mean Will?
No, you call Will's Bill. It's a weird nickname thing. Kind of like Richard's nickname.
Yeah, I was about to say.
All
I was
Richards
about
are
to say
real
that.
dicks.
All the ones I've met.
There it is.
Oof.
Drez knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's why I said oof. I was just gonna leave it at oof.
All right, I guess we should head out of here.
I have my suspicions.
Out into the city we rush, DM.
Yes,
Yes.
off we go on to grand adventure.
Hi ho, hi ho.
Who's making fun of his height now?
Let's not
Fuck.
kill Braun.
My goal is to kill everyone with laughter. It's fine.
Alright.
Whoa.
Hey, we actually have a map this time.
Oh, Corchi's little meme there. Ooh.
What?
Wait, our tokens aren't here.
Same thing.
Right here.
Is that what you're talking about?
Hmm?
The joke?
Oh, there we are.
Oh, yeah, there we are.
Okay, that one took me a second. Oh my god.
What?
This is a Drez level joke. How do you stop Canadian bacon from curling in your pan? You take away their little brooms.
What?
I thought
It was brilliant.
It's a pretty good dad joke.
I've
I
always
don't think
wanted to go
Nova got
curling.
it.
Okay, so Canadians like curling, a sport where they use brooms to sweep the ice in front of a large
Oh, okay.
stone. So
I didn't know that
Canadian
was
bacon,
specifically-
it's yeah.
I didn't know that was specifically Canada.
It was a top tier pun.
It's not.
Well, it's not
It's-
specifically Canada, but it's
Popular
it's
in
popular in Canada 'cause it's so cold. You just go curling.
Like
It's like
hockey.
hockey's really popular.
Fun
in
fact:
Canada.
curling is boring.
Yeah,
but
I enjoy
This is
it.
coming from
Agreed.
this is coming from someone who is Canadian, by the way, in my chat.
Wow.
And yes, I was
I've
right.
always
Always wanted
Curling,
to go curling.
much like many other sports, curling was first invented in Scotland.
Because of
Really?
course it was.
Mhm.
All right. So, anyways, does anyone see a
Yes, so
shop
anyways.
around here where we can get a map?
I believe there was
Yes.
a man screaming about it just over there in some sort of bazaar.
Maps? Get your maps here.
I think he has a crow too.
Oh Jesus. All right, so yeah, all right, where are you guys? Are you guys
Inside
going to the
joke.
docks? Are you going to the Coliseum? Are you
I'm
going?
looking for a marketplace.
Oh, very specifically the marketplace.
Do they
Yeah.
actually sell maps of this town?
Give me
Making my way
one
downtown.
Walking past.
Drez prepared exactly two things, Anti. You chose the third.
Oh, of course. Sorry, Drez. Here, is this the market district?
No, so for whatever reason, my maps are still not loading on this site. So
Oh.
When have you uploaded them?
I uploaded them at the end of last session.
Sometimes you just need to do it at maybe different times of the day.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they just don't come in, or sometimes they take like a couple days.
The file
Especially-
size too big? It looks like
Yeah,
it's a pretty
especially
big
if you're
map.
doing a huge file size.
Yeah, because for like a map this, because this map is huge.
Yeah.
It is a whole city.
Like the map is huge, and there's a lot of detail in this. So
Yeah, but I mean, like on Roll20, you could make the same thing more or less with like a fraction of the assets. But he went super detailed on like World Anvil or something.
Incarnate, but yes.
Yeah, same shit. Oh, I'm sorry, Driz. Are you sponsored? Do we need to go to the link down below and sign up for 30% off using code Drezrael?
Join
Hashtag
Raid
not
Shadow
sponsored.
Legends. Use code AntiNull88.
Okay, so there's my freaking map.
Not a real sponsorship.
He did it.
Don't do that.
I was about to say, don't ever play Raid Shadow Legends.
But they were offering to pay me
Never
if I did.
Somebody that I work with. Sorry, this is a random sidebar, but it's related. Somebody that I used to work with. That you might know, Havoc.
But
He quit his job to become a full-time DM and makes more money doing that.
What?
Interesting.
Maybe, I don't know.
Fuck.
Raid
Give
Shadow
me an
Legends.
idea as to who you're talking about?
Stop it.
Long.
Oh.
Rip.
Okay. So Marketplace. I actually don't have a map for Marketplace. Because I was just gonna use the city map. Because I really like my city map.
It is pretty cool.
I don't blame you. I was about to say, if there was a marketplace type area, I'd say it's probably like over here, like right on this area. That kind of looks like a marketplace type area to me. Maybe like a back alley type marketplace, or maybe, something more like over here. Or here.
But seriously, Dress, we don't need a specific marketplace map. We can just go somewhere in the city that looks like they just sell maps.
I'm having
Next
lag
essential crisis.
issues.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna head up this path to the main road to see if I see a marketplace or any stalls. We're kind of in like alleyways right now. Come along, everyone.
I'll join him.
I begrudgingly follow.
Don't split the party.
But that's my MO.
As we're looking around, just like, if this place wasn't such a hellhole, it'd actually be somewhat interesting. I like the frameworks.
Bit of an architect then, huh?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I just know what I like.
She shrugs, just kind of okay.
As you're walking around the market area, you're gonna notice somebody kind of approach you. Just a random halfling. I didn't make a token for him because it's not important. He's just gonna be like, "Hey, you want to buy an Eldritch Blast?"
What, like the spell?
What is
I
an
mean,
Eldritch Blast?
An Eldritch Blast. You know, man. Come on. Don't be a square. And he's gonna pull out like a. He's gonna pull out a. He's gonna pull out like a tentacle. And just kind of wave it at you.
I'm gonna pull out my dagger and hold it to him and tell him to hand it over.
Oh, you would like one of those, huh? Alright, man, be cool, baby, be cool. He's gonna hand over the tentacle at you.
What do I do with this now?
Is this another drug to eat?
He's gonna look right at you and be like, "You eat it, fool!"
All right, thanks. I'll try it later. Get the hell out of here! As I point with the dagger.
I mean, I suppose we could cook it up, but I mean, It can't be. It's supposed to be bad, right?
I just throw it in my pack. Where are those maps, guys?
It's still wiggling.
Oh, I don't care.
Oh, by the way, the market district is actually over here.
Okay, that's fine.
Now that
Oh.
I don't have lag.
Okay.
Oh my god, Jesus. Yeah, we're okay. Just
Sorry.
Did he go away when I pointed with the dagger and told him to get out of here?
Oh yeah, he
Perfect.
like as soon as you took it, he's like,
I'm in. I'm out.
yeah, like be cool, baby, and he just
Hey kid, you wanna buy some death sticks?
and now you have a drug called Eldritch Blast. Congratulations.
To be honest, that sounds
Is
more
it-
like a cocktail to me.
You're right. Right.
I was thinking like a ice cream treat, like a like a blizzard or something.
It's a frozen cocktail.
Okay. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Never-
Well, do we see any maps?
So you see a couple shops here and there. The shops are typically they're a bazaar. So like this. I'll show you here. This whole area right here. I don't know if you can see my
What-
little
what-
circle.
Yeah, I see it.
It's a very faint like peach color, but I see it.
Salmon.
Whatever.
It's fine. Okay, so the shops in this area, do we hear anyone going, maps?
Got your maps here.
Well, nobody's announcing, but like
I see that much better.
for the most part, people are selling drugs
You
or
just deleted all
weapons.
of us.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oops.
You can't select everything like that. We'll drag ourselves back. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so for the most part, you hear people selling drugs, you hear people selling weapons and armor, and you hear just kind of general wares or whatever. Eventually, you find somebody who has a map. Like I said, nobody's really announcing it. They're mostly trying to get people to buy drugs. Like that is their
That's their MO.
yeah.
That's their deal. Alright.
Yeah.
All right.
People are going to be standing on street corners being like, "Get your moon sugar. Here's some wolf wine."
How many people do
fact,
I have to
you're
rob before I find
gonna-
someone with maps?
Skooma.
Oh.
In fact, you're gonna see somebody. He's gonna say, Want to try some wolf wine? First one's free."
Is he talking to anyone in particular?
He's approaching the group and he's just like shaking the bottle of wine, like, "Want to try some wolf wine? First one's free."
I mean, if you're offering the bottle, sure. I hold out my hand for it.
All right, which one do you want? Bliss, remorse, separation,
Separation?
separation.
Separation. Give me bliss. Sounds fun.
Good choice, very popular. And he hands you the bottle.
And I slide it into my pack.
All right.
So far, you guys have gotten 2 free drugs.
Well, mine wasn't technically free. He offered to sell it.
Five finger discount free.
I kind of held a knife to him. I don't think that's
Actually, no,
five-finger
not-
discount. I'm
not
pretty sure
five-finger
that's
discount.
armed
That's-
robbery.
The armed robbery, Blade's Edge discount, whatever.
There you go.
Knife
All right,
point discount.
I'm gonna look around for anyone who might have a map on them or any store that might have maps. Just looking for someone who might have maps. I can't see shit.
Bruh.
Okay,
I'm
so
apparently blind, or I'm just not finding shit.
yeah, you don't. Does anybody else want to kind of?
I will add my talents to the search for maps
I'll
here.
help out. So I'm sure that both of us are looking.
Oh god.
Go ahead, do an advantage. I'm helping.
Oh, I have advantage. Okay,
Oh.
I'll just roll another one then.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my
Not
god.
You, Issa.
Ignore me. How do I undo that?
You can't.
Oh.
But I don't think your 6 matters anyway.
It really does.
You're just too. Like, you're already face down
Up.
in just a pile of cocaine.
Apparently someone offered me the moon sugar. Hey, there's no cocaine in this universe, alright? That'd be illegal.
Hey, do you want to try some? Yeah, I'm in.
So yeah. Anyway,
I bump
you finally
into
find finally find a salesman. He will sell you a map.
Coke detective.
He will sell you a map in exchange for buying some shadow gut from him.
Some shadow what?
Shadow gut.
For
Shadow
how?
what?
Shadow
how
gut.
much?
Okay.
He says that the shadow gut is 5 gold pieces apiece.
We only need to buy
Yeah.
one. We only need to buy one piece off him, though. Realistically speaking.
I mean, he did say that he would like you to buy 2,
Can I ask him to hold
but
out
you
the
can
map for
probably
a
get
second?
away with haggling to 1.
Wait, what is he doing?
Gotta buy some
What's
shadow
going
gun.
on?
Nova.
Huh?
You said you wanted to do some.
Yeah, I want to ask, or I want him to, or no, I want to ask him to hold out the map for a second.
He says no deal. You
Darn.
see the map when I get my sale.
All right. Well, I'll spend the 5 gold pieces.
Okay.
That's awfully charitable of you there, Sinefo.
And
Sniffy's gonna
he,
do what Sniffy does.
he gets kind of huffy that you didn't buy more, but he begrudgingly gives you the map as well. So you have 3 drugs
Oh
and
no.
a map.
I'm giving this to Issa. 'Cause I do not want this.
Oh, what is it called
Okay.
again?
Shadow
Shadow
gut.
gut.
Is this a
Take it.
drink
I don't
or?
want it.
I thought
It's
this was the map.
Oh no.
So
drugs.
it is a flask with basically like a shadowy substance kind of swirling around in it. It's a rounded bottom flask with like a kind of
Okay.
cylindrical, and it
Potion
just
bottle.
basically looks like, yeah, it looks like a potion bottle with like shadows, very similar to the stuff that Dalton does inside that bottle.
All right, now let's see that map.
He
All
gave
right.
it to us.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
yep.
cool.
The map essentially looks just like the map that you see on screen, except for one thing is missing on the map that you currently have,
Go ahead
and
block
that
it
is
out.
this area over here.
Way down in the bottom right.
Just block it
Okay.
out.
Yep.
Just black that area out.
I
We
don't
know
feel like-
something's there.
I don't feel like turning on Fog of War for this map.
I wasn't talking about Fog
Huh?
of War. I was just saying like
Do this. Oh wait, no, that's just an
Yeah,
outline.
you can't.
I was-
yeah, no.
I was
yeah,
talking
so
about like
the only thing that's not there, like we just don't see this bottom right section.
it's
of
just
the
kind of
map.
torn off. Okay.
No, it's not torn off. It's just
Not there.
like the land is there, just the stuff like the wall area
Mhm.
and the prison itself is not there.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay.
But like it just basically looks like the man-made structures were just never put there.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna point at the map. It looks like those docks are over this way, and I point over on the map we're holding. The whole point of this was so that we actually had a point of reference of the city.
Yeah, yeah.
We weren't
Yeah.
just
No, I
wandering around endlessly.
All right, I guess now that we've got our map, we can actually head over there.
Sound good, everyone?
Yep.
Head to the docks. Asking the party.
Yeah.
No objections?
I feel like I'm dragging people by the ear and I start walking away.
I sigh and follow up behind the group.
The explosion was in this area, right?
Yeah.
What do we see?
I'm
not going to roll perception again.
Not loading. There we go. Please load map.
Computer says no. There it is.
Oh, that's pixelated.
Give it a second. It'll load, just give it a second.
To rub my eyes here. Oof.
Yeah.
Oh. Whole thing. Hate that it doesn't let me drag this left and right. Like pinned to the left.
Let me.
Yeah.
Alright. Let me just drag my character in. Oh,
Wow.
Oh,
What?
hold on. Sorry, I'm. Guys, just let me fix that map. Man.
and I'm fumbling this magic herb tonight. Try this.
Just put the headset over it.
Trying.
Trying to.
That's not over it. That. Yeah,
There you go.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now it looks like we have a ponytail.
That actually works way better.
Fish ponytail.
I need to do something with this where the tail sticks straight up. Yeah.
I
Try a little.
mean, that fish is long since dead.
Oh, he's sucking on my
it's got
dome.
it's got no sustenance.
It's eating my hair. I got plenty of hair.
Yeah, but it's
Not
no
for long.
substance.
Oh, gee.
It's like eating cotton candy. Just suck it on nothing.
Hey, I have very thick hair. Except for the Vegeta peak, but still.
Okay. We are just going to use regular D&D map, the regular map, for right now because
Before we begin,
it's not loading.
Oh,
I
that's
apologize.
just
Hello,
videos.
everyone.
Why are videos loading? There you go. Vegeta peak. Vegeta. The ball pattern. Okay. This is what I was referring to. The hairline.
You heard it here, folks.
I feel like 90% of the problem, or 90% of our time spent is dealing with freaking clerical
struggle
errors.
busing.
Map.
Drez is struggle busing. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, so you guys get to the map area, or sorry, the docks area, and it looks fucked. Like it is messed the hell up. Ignore that.
What was?
That is also my assets not working.
How is Roll20 this broken?
I don't know.
Because you're importing maps that are literally big enough to fit on a goddamn flag.
You could just dump it in the just dump it in the Discord, Drez, so we can all look at it. We'll just drag it over while you play with it.
Okay. Yeah. Let me throw that in the Discord. Boop, 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 boop.
Are you using a browser with a bunch of extensions, Drez? Like ad
No.
blockers and stuff?
No.
No.
I'm just using regular ass Chrome.
I know this is gonna be like one of those moments, but have you tried Edge? It's just Chromium. It's just Chromium now. Old Edge was garbage. New Edge is just Chromium. It's just a really vanilla version with none of that.
Even is Chromium.
Chromium is like a stripped down base system that Chrome is based on, right? I'm giving you a really rough explanation. Not quite accurate. Usually how I explain shit to people.
It's also because my internet is a potato.
What was that robot, Drez?
Probably a good reason.
Robot Drez.
Drez wasn't a robot.
He did
What's
lag
name?
out there for a second for me.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's the map. At least you guys can kind of see it, maybe.
Oh, now he's
Hopefully.
roboting.
Whenever he tries to upload something, he becomes robot.
Yeah, his up speed's like 56k.
Drez become robot.
Oh, there's people here. Okay,
Oh, so we're just gonna use the map that we have on screen now then.
I'm fine with
Yeah.
that. Oh, here we
Okay.
go. There's
Yeah,
a
just
oh
because-
jeez, Drez. This map is giant. Wonder you're having issues. Is there a way you can give me permission to upload it for you?
Crap.
Nah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, dude, you need to cut this down by like quite a bit. Quite a bit.
All right, so we're on the
Jesus.
dock.
Yeah.
This is from a Roll20 sanctioned map pack, so I don't know why it's having a problem.
It has nothing to be. It has nothing to do
Probably
with being
because of so many
Roll20.
assets.
It's not the assets. You just have it on a scale that is so huge that it is impossible for it to upload.
Hey, have
You
any of
need
you
to-
guys seen
You need to
Kazoo?
check some sort of setting so that it's like 10 by 15 rather than 200 by 450.
Yeah.
Do you
Alright.
do you edit the maps with a software at all?
Yeah, I use GIMP.
Okay. There should be a resolution setting in there somewhere.
Here, I'll resize it and send it back.
Yeah, I mean, Drez, like, my wife's an artist, and she regularly saves what's the file you use?
It's just a JPEG. It has to be a JPEG.
Yeah, so that's 625 kilobytes instead of multiple
Okay.
megabytes.
Right. Yeah, no, my wife,
Megabytes?
Yes. Megabytes.
my wife regularly saves multiple works that she's working on that are literally like 10 feet by like 5 feet.
Yeah.
That's gotta be
Same.
at least 3 gigabytes.
No, it's not that much, but
No,
She just told me her latest thing was 64 feet. Why'd you have your settings that big?
because you need detail, and there's only so many pixels when you're working in like the default pixels per inch.
yeah, having that large having that large area to work with allows you to put more detail into it, because then you can shrink it
Yeah.
down without much else
She
happening.
never shrinks it down!
He's
I don't
so
know, then.
angry.
And then she's sitting there wondering why is this upload taking so long? I don't understand it. I'm sorry that your laptop can't get any stuff. I'm almost done with my upload because you're literally trying to upload a continent.
At first I was gonna say life-size and all, but then like
Yeah, you can start with a large resolution to get the
Just
detail
shrink
that
it
you
down.
want, and then you can shrink it down afterwards to make the file size smaller.
He said he went into like 60 feet, and you're like, that's a little bigger than anti.
A little, just a tiny little bit.
Just a tiny bit.
Just a couple inches, yeah. It's, give or take, yeah. All right, so you know, do we see these people before we like stumble upon them, or?
Yeah. You see them. They're just kind of looking around, scratching their heads, picking things up. And are you attempting to do anything stealthily as you?
I'm trying to decide. So like we're back out of view from the. We just kind of walked onto the docks. We see them. We see the destroyed docks, right?
Yeah.
Do we
Yeah,
want to try and do we want to try and have that smaller map be put in so that we can actually use that?
Okay. Yeah. Let me.
Because someone anti-resized it and put it back in the chat.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a quarter of the
I'm
size.
uploading that one currently right now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna roll stealth because I'm gonna try sneaking up. Let me go check this out, guys.
Yeah, I'm kind of allowing
+7.
Yeah,
Yep, that's a
that's
rogue
called
for you.
expertise.
I put all of my bonuses into stealth.
Do you
Expertise
not have
literally
any, like,
doubles your
strength or
proficiency.
something? Oh my.
Yeah, expertise just doubles whatever proficiency you have
Mm-hmm.
if
Oh,
you
this
choose
is-
to have an expertise.
Mm.
This is by far a way better map.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Anti gets higher leveled, Nova, his stealth score will basically erase him from history.
Oh.
Not to
Issa
mention the
doesn't
fact that
exist.
I think it's at 9th level or somewhere around there that
worries. Where are we entering this place from?
Here, let's just drag
Good
ourselves in.
question.
that's a lot better.
Bottom left or bottom right? Or upper?
The map seems a little
that-
bottom right.
finished.
Oh,
That
bottom
is
right?
up-
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just
Yeah,
no more
yeah, that
complaints
is
about the
up
map.
to
We're
you.
moving forward. We can deal
Oh,
with
okay.
details later.
We've already split the party.
Bottom left then?
Again, completely up to you guys.
We're
Well, no, I
waiting
mean like we walked in from the
for-
city, from where we were coming from. Oh, okay. So this is like rotated, probably, right? Yeah.
for
Okay.
G.
Yeah, so like southeast is up towards the top. I'd wait, or southwest. Sorry.
All right, Droz, drop some folks.
Perchy, you gotta
was
put on
that?
your token.
Yeah, drag your token there. There's Kazoo.
Kazoo. Havoc, is this you in my chat?
Yes.
Okay.
What's happening?
Someone not in Anti's chat?
No,
What?
they're in my chat.
It's not that big of a picture, Indigo. It's just Drez is on like dial-up.
Potato internet.
He
Yeah.
literally has DSL, all right, and it's not good DSL. He's really far from the axis.
Yeah. Like that kind of sounds like the internet that I used to have before I got fiber.
Oh,
Because the access point's his neighbor.
If
Hey. Yeah.
Porchy over here, like I live in an apartment.
I live out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I only got fiber like
fiber.
6 months ago.
Either
Has it
pay
been
me to
made for
put
you?
it in, or you get lucky.
My driveway is like a football field in Link, so.
Oh my.
Isn't that Gazoo, not Kazoo?
Yes.
And that, by the way, that's where my brain went. And then I was like, yeah, but it starts with a K. So. By the way, these nicknames might
That's
change.
not how I knew it.
What the hell?
I watched a lot of cartoons.
That is a
No,
large
no,
man.
You're
The
correct,
great
Corchi, but that's not how I
Gazoo.
knew it.
The Great
Where
Gazoo,
is okay?
or simply Gazoo, is a fictional character. Animated series.
Flintstones?
That is quite literally not how I knew him, but it's fine.
All right,
Awful.
all right. Berenstain Bears.
TikTok today was
Get the fuck out of here with that shit, Anto.
Okay,
Okay,
so
there we
there's
go.
normal size tokens now. Okay.
Yeah, I was having.
Thank goodness.
All
I
right.
didn't
I
want to
rolled.
fight
I rolled an
someone
18 for stealth.
10 foot by 10 foot wide.
They do not see you. Just
But yeah, I
Like-
kind of figured. She thinks she's stealthy, regardless. She's gonna act like she's stealthy. And let's see here. There's gonna be the people over in this area. Correct. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of like slink along the dock. This is buildings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those are old shipyard buildings.
Gonna kind of scooch along.
Yeah, so they're just standing there scratching their head. So 3 of them are human guards. And then there's one. He looks like he might be the captain of the guard. He is Marmorian.
The marble people?
Yes, the Marvel people.
Okay.
Neat. Oh, completely off tangent. Anti, you are right. But what I was talking about was actually a different virus. There is a new one.
Oh, goody.
My wife has just confirmed that.
Oh,
They named it
it's a different thing.
IHU,
Oh,
and I'm like, no, COVID, we get it. You do hate us.
I mean, it's how COVID viruses have always worked.
Yeah,
They
no,
mutate.
I know. I
Oh,
love the name.
no.
I love the name because it's very fitting.
What, Deltatron?
No, IHU.
Oh.
I hate
Why
you.
am I getting linked? Stop that, Nova. You're showing them where I'm at.
Oh no!
I know.
Oh, no.
I mean, they
That's
literally
what
have
he did.
sonar.
Bing, bing.
It's just an accurate representation of what they see.
I'm just gonna try to like listen in on what they're talking about from here.
Okay.
Joke's on you. They're telepathic.
Yeah, no. So the guards are gonna just be like, "Oh, right, mess it is, then, huh?" And the captain's gonna be like, "Yes, clean this up immediately. We don't need Dalton Lane meddling in the family's affairs." And yeah, they're just basically talking about
Love how it's a day later and they're still running through this.
It's a big explosion.
I mean,
it's a huge explosion.
Obviously.
it's early morning the next day.
Yeah. Basically what happened was the
dropped the sun.
Constantine came through, kind of gave it a look over, and is like, "All right, yeah," and told everybody to just kind of pick it up and, you know, deal.
Okay. Well, these guys are just cleaning crap, so I'm
Mhm.
gonna keep looking.
So, are we just supposed to wait for her to come back? Like, is this normal? I'm not used to group functions.
How
I don't
close?
know her.
How close are you?
Do what?
How close are you, Anna, to the guards?
I mean, I feel like we would have moved up to this building where we have ourselves at.
I'm gonna need you to roll me a stealth check then too.
I have not
Oh
moved
dear.
anywhere since Issa's left.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I would have stayed with the group. I figured we would have moved up to a more advantageous place. If that is not true, I'm sticking with the group. I'm not
Okay.
leading this charge.
Okay.
So if we're still back here, then we're still back here. Just me as a player figured this would be a more interesting place to be. But yes, if we're still staying right here in the entryway,
I-
whatever, that's fine.
Give me a sec. Food just got here. Just keep on going.
Okay, I'm gonna keep
So
doing
the-
my stealthy nonsense while you guys figure
Yeah.
out what you're doing then.
So the question is more where would Perla, Kazuto, and Sinefo prefer to wait?
I left you guys over here. So you should probably just in that area. There you go.
Okay.
Alright, do I see anything back here?
He's not at his computer right now.
Oh, Dred's walked
sorry.
away? Oh,
No, I did not
God
walk
damn it,
away.
Jets.
I did not walk away.
I mean,
As
Bot.
he sits down,
The bot.
did not walk away.
his headset.
The bot says otherwise.
I went to close my door. Anyway,
Alright, Dred. Is there anything back here?
there is a bunch of destroyed ships.
I'm just looking for people. Trying to scope out the scenario.
No,
Alright,
no,
so
there
I'm
is no people.
I'm gonna head over there, get a
Okay.
peek over here, kind of just try to like get a good line
Well,
to make sure there's nobody else.
Hold on, as you reach about here, you notice in the rubble of one of the ships that has blown up something shiny.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Of course.
All right,
Oh, no.
point it out,
Oh, no.
because I mean that's where she's going.
So it's gonna be like right about here.
All right, I'm just gonna go start digging in some trash.
It's in the water a little bit. You'd be about waist high in water if you go to get the shiny thing.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hydra's anti's going to get wet,
Okay.
and then he's entering the water.
I'm not
Okay,
drinking
I'm
the
back.
filthy.
I got some.
Yeah,
Skyline.
I'm actually gonna kind of like take a closer look before I jump in.
Right.
Make sure that there's nothing dangerous in the deep, murky water I'm looking at before I hop in it. Looks fine to me.
Bruh.
Yeah, you absolutely don't see the 13 sharks.
Yes, taking inspiration from Sea of Thieves, huh?
Have you faced 13 sharks in a trench coat?
How do I keep rolling such shitty perception?
Yeah.
Ooh,
You
shiny.
saw shiny.
You see shiny. You see
I'm
nothing else.
sorry, if there's nothing else on brand for your character, it's that.
Oh my god.
Too distracted.
I see
by
nothing
shiny.
else and I hop in. That's
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as you go into the water,
The water has teeth.
Can mimics
you
be
reach
water?
down. You reach down and you pick up 5 platinum pieces.
Oh my.
And you
But
take
in
this
doing-
amount... Sorry,
But in
Chris.
doing so, you are bitten by a crab. You take 2 points of damage.
Does my AC count against that?
I mean,
it in your hand.
you're like actively reaching into where it's.
It's-
I
out of your
understand.
hand.
I was just All right. I'm gonna hop back out of the water and work my way back towards the crew.
Yeah, do note that it's non-lethal damage, by the way. So
I've just taken 2 hit points. It's fine. I get bit by Mr. Krabs. He said money and scuttled away.
Money, 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 money.
I'm gonna obviously kind of like look in this area, see if I can see anything. I don't see anyone, or
no.
do.
Hey, as you come back around, I'm going to need you to roll another stealth.
Bro!
I've rolled 2 1s, a 2, and what, a 3?
Battle, battle, battle.
Hey, let's see if they see you. I'm gonna roll this one so you can see it. Let's see.
It's fine.
Oh.
All 3 of them nat 20.
Oh. How fast am I?
I mean, you can move 60 feet in 1 turn without using your regular action. Because you can dash as a bonus action.
Then dash just an extra 10 feet, or wait?
It's double your movement speed. Dash doubles your movement speed for that turn.
Gotcha. I have it
How
written
you
down.
do?
Or
Or-
it just provides you like it provides you your base movement speed again is what it does.
Or you could burn your
So, yeah,
bonus and your action for triple.
That is true.
I can burn bonus action for triple? What?
So rogues can use their bonus action to dash, but they can also use their regular action to dash.
Oh, I'm actually not gonna roll this because he's got a passive perception of 15.
Oof.
Ah!
You there?
Excuse me?
Yeah, so he sees you.
Okay. So wait, mobile gives me an additional 10 feet to dash, so that doubles and then adds 10?
No. It's not to dash. It is your base is increased by 10.
Yeah, your base is increased by 10, so you have 40 feet of movement.
Okay.
But yeah, so you have 40 feet of movement. Dash will give you another 40 feet. On top of that.
And these squares are what, 5?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I just lost count. I am just going to zip all the way around the dock. That's 80 feet. And
Must be
then...
fast.
Yeah.
Not particularly stealthy.
Oh, no. They've already seen me. Stealth is gone.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the whole point. Would you have known that they saw you yet? You kind of have to wait for. You kind of
I
have to
thought he
wait for
said-
Drez.
Yeah.
I thought he said
There's-
something.
There's you as the
My
player
brain heard
knowing
him
that-
say something. Okay, rewind.
Okay,
Drez, say
Anti.
something. What's happening?
So they see you.
Hmm.
And the guard captain, the Marmorian, he's gonna call out and be like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be here."
Yep, and I'm not going to say anything, and I'm just going to zip away.
there we go.
Off he
Meow.
goes.
I assume this is speaking range, right?
Yeah.
They just saw me. There's a guard and 3 others.
The Marmorian can still see you, by the way.
Running away at the speed of sound.
I mean, even if you're behind the building, he can still see you.
I understand.
Okay. He's gonna yell out then, Hiding behind the building's not gonna help you.
Then I say we get the hell out of here. Run, 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 run.
Wait, I thought we were here to.
I mean, what are we doing?
There's only
I have
4
no-
of them. We can take them. Stop
Have
running
we
from
forgotten?
combat. We have to murder something.
I fold my arms and look at Issa and just go, and what have they done to deserve death? Their jobs?
Have
I
we
mean-
forgotten one thing?
We're here to investigate.
Right, we can't question
That is
them if
not the
they're,
thing.
Then what is the thing, Sinefo? As these are the slowest guards ever.
So
The sinful
they're
is
they're
good here.
they are blocking this doorway, and as you round the corner, you can see some kind of shadow leak out of this window here.
I haven't made it to the corner yet. I'm shouting from the side of the building.
Yeah, we're not in combat range yet.
All right,
No.
Once he says initiative, then yes.
there.
So we
Yeah, so-
see shadows like leaking out of a window right here.
Yes, and that is the only entrance into this building is where the guards are directly in front of.
Well, I can't tell if that's just ominous or creepy. Or if we should back away slowly, assuming it's going to blow.
So what were the So Pearl's gonna turn and look at Issa. What were the guards doing when you saw them?
Well, there's only one guard, and then there's just 3 lackeys he's telling to clean up.
Oh, they're all guards.
Oh, they're all
One's-
guards? I thought the one
Yes,
was the
just-
guard.
One is a captain guard,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
and the other are just regular guards.
Issa
Regular
saw
human guards.
Platinum and, like, forgot everything she had seen. There's a captain
Shiny.
and 3 guards, and the captain's making them clean up the rubble.
Well, they know we're here. Anyone else?
I mean, isn't crime like legal in here?
It still doesn't mean we have to be fine with it.
But what are they gonna do? Enforce the law?
I can enforce this law. I don't care for it.
Well, let's go get some answers out of them.
Okay, I feel like we're on a disconnect here, Issa. I feel as though your "let's have a word" is at the end of your daggers.
I start spinning one of them around a finger. Yup.
Do you want my assistance or not? We can have a conversation, but I'm not going to allow you to just mindlessly murder.
I didn't say I was gonna kill them. We just gotta rough them up until they answer our questions.
There's a better way, Issa.
Alright, well, you show me how.
Fine. And I will progress, I guess.
Pearl is going to
Issa's
follow.
not exactly a diplomat.
May not be a diplomat, but I'm pretty sure your charisma's not that shitty.
It's not great.
Well,
Okay, so as soon as
It's not my worst stat.
Alright, go ahead, Drez.
as soon as you round the corner, this guard right here is going to scream out, "Oi! You're not supposed to be here!"
Isn't that
Well,
what the guard captain just said? To...
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's reiterating.
I kind of like peek around and just go, well, if we're not supposed to be here, it doesn't mean that we can freely pass through.
Oh, you're right. Carry on. And then the
These are
Marmorian, the
weirdest bunch of idiots.
the Marmorian is going to turn to him and go, "You idiot! Kill them!"
Now, gentlemen, are they all men?
For initiative.
Oh.
There's the
Oh,
initiative. There's the
shit.
initiative.
Are we
request.
rolling initiative? Okay.
Yes. The Marmorian is like,
Bruh.
we're enforcing the law.
Bruh. I finally get a good roll.
And you're way the fuck back there.
Mm-hmm. And this is like this is a building where the roofs have caved in.
Hopefully I'm not rolling.
Oh my goodness, Corgi.
Oh no.
Holy crap, Corgi.
This is the only building that is intact.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, Corchi's going last, probably.
That's not even a problem.
Bruh!
Jesus.
What does that even mean?
Crit
That's his
initiative.
initiative.
That means they get to go twice.
Oh.
I'm lying to you, Nova. Don't know. It just
Yeah,
means
no,
they're
don't
first.
Oh.
It just means they go first.
Okay.
I don't know why it says Bandit Captain.
Why did
But,
our
yeah.
initiative not show up?
Huh?
Oh,
What?
never mind.
Yeah, he hasn't put the initiative tracker
Yeah.
on screen yet.
I'll be honest, I had no idea that the turn order wasn't always available.
Oh, hey, guess what? Everybody, most everybody didn't click on their tokens when they hit the
Oh.
initiative button.
Yeah,
Oops.
including me.
I forgot. It said,
So are we just re-rolling my only good roll?
No, you roll what you had.
Okay, will you be able to
So
change the
basic-
number? Or...
He just needs to
Yeah.
enter it manually.
Alright.
You
Oh,
should click on your token and roll it again just to put it on the
Oh,
tracker.
oh, I
and
can
then you
actually
edit
change
it
my own.
manually.
There. Let me change my own number. Thanks.
Oh,
Oh, sick.
Yeah, no, you can do that.
I can change.
The
yeah,
the only
okay.
problem is
That's
if
cool.
someone keeps adding their initiative, it kicks you out of updating it, which is kind of dumb, but whatever.
Hmm.
All right then.
But that's useful since clearly we've discovered a fatal flaw in clicking initiative.
All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. Not that my turn's gonna happen first, anyways. So.
I mean, a bandit captain might just like bounce you, but you know.
There's no Bandit Captain.
Memorian Captain.
I mean, I do have to say that it is kind of sad that the fighter is going after the clerics.
I didn't even roll for the guards yet.
I'm sorry, clerics, plural?
Plural.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He said clerics.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
Negative. That we do not have multiple clerics.
What do you think I am?
Oh. I thought you were referring to my character. I'm like, hold up.
No, you actually have a respectable one.
I mean, this is what you
Okay.
get for just like walking up to the guards and just being like, "Hey, what's going on, guys?"
Can we
Playing
talk about
the
this?
character.
No. Can we
Yeah.
talk about this? How about no? How about no? You crazy Dutch bastard.
I
Love
love how you guys thought you were gonna get away with it. Like, oh yeah, the guards. No.
I mean, you're just not allowing us to get away with it. There's a difference.
Yeah.
That's fair. I need to do all of my rolls hidden for this one.
Did
Don't
you
you
roll the
still
other
have to
two
do-
guards? Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only saw the one.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, first actual combat of the game.
I don't know about you, but I already was in combat with Mr. Krabs. Honey.
No.
all right. What did I save his movement for?
If Issa doesn't end up with enough gold to drown her in water, I will be surprised.
Okay, what do we got here? Okay, I'm going after. I'm going after the first character I see. So,
Well, shit. Alright, I'm here for it.
Wait, how did you do that? Was it the
What?
ruler thing? Wait,
Yeah,
no.
there's the ruler thing that you can just.
What? Oh, wait.
What sorcery is this?
wait,
Wait.
does
I'll do it.
does a 23 hit?
So basically, you're like,
Let me check.
sorry. I
Wait,
thought it was
my
me.
armor class didn't save. What the fuck? Why did my armor... Sorry, Drez, I'm having this issue.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, some of our character sheet stuff got reset, like my health. My AC is what it's supposed to be, but my health
Drez,
wasn't.
are you doing weird shit and not like...
No, I haven't touched your guys' characters.
Yeah, no,
my
this
shield's
is
a
probably just
plus
roll.
2.
Yeah, this is probably just roll 20 being stupid, as it usually does.
I boiled the water.
I thought I was mute.
Well, I'm just making sure what my... I mean, no, the 23 hits. The 23 hit.
Okay. Go ahead and
Just-
take 8 points of slashing damage.
Ow.
Christ.
Ew.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
these guys are insane. You want to take it? Does the 13 hit?
13 absolutely does not.
Okay.
What is that? A natural one or something?
No. It's not. It's not as bad as all that. And
Ugh, 8 hurts.
it is Issa's turn.
Okay, I'm just gonna put
Run.
the roof on real quick.
Where was the ruler?
I'm putting a roof on the building.
Oh, it's only
are you
the big one.
also-
It's
Oh,
only the
only
big one.
the-
These,
okay.
yeah, these two are not roofed.
The roof
He's
here.
spending his turn carpentry.
He's playing architect.
Rolling for what is that? Is that a? No, I'm going to jump up on the roof. Oh.
Nope.
Spider-Man.
His character is underneath the roof that he just put up
Vertical movement does not slow her down.
How much
We'll,
vertical
we'll
movement does
pretend that
have?
we'll pretend that there's a roof there. Okay.
That's fine. Invisible roof on this building only. I didn't realize
Yes.
these were separate, so fine.
Yeah.
It's just got a window there.
Okay.
From the window
So let's
to
see.
the
that's
wall.
5.
Ah.
Yeah, that is my normal movement. And I'm gonna use my hand crossbow to take a pot shot at this fellow who just attacked my friend.
Okay. Go ahead. 14 does not hit, unfortunately.
You're proficient with that.
Oh, you-
I was about to say, that should not be just a +2.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
You're not adding your dex mod.
Oh. Yeah, add
You're
3
not
to
adding-
that.
What is your dex mode?
3. Wait.
3?
Yeah, 3.
So it'll
So
be
then
plus
it-
5.
Yeah, it hits then.
Yay.
Roll for damage.
Click the word over here. Oh my god.
Then you should also be adding your dex to the damage, I think.
Only if it's done as the main action. If it's the bonus action, then no.
No, that was my
This-
main action.
Yeah, this is his main action.
So then add your agility
Add 3.
to that.
Add 3. So add your
Dexterity.
dex mod. So
Okay,
that's
so
6
it's
points.
6. Yeah. And then sneak attack. Because didn't see me coming and
Yeah.
is engaged with somebody else. So, you know, a whole 11 damage.
That's pretty good.
Unfortunately,
What?
I've used all of my movement and my bonus action, so I'm in danger.
You're on a roof, though.
I am on a roof.
So unless they
Uh,
want to throw something at you.
Is that your turn?
That is unfortunately all I can do.
Okay.
11
Uh,
damage is pretty good, though. I feel pretty solid about doing 11 damage to that fellow.
Okay. I'm gonna have this guy move here. And this guy move here. And this guy move here. And then these two guys are going to do a ranged attack on you.
Well, shit. Wait, on Issa or on me?
On Issa.
Okay.
Because she's the one that directly attacked the captain right now. So, thankfully for, oh, well, there you go. The first one does not. I'm assuming. Is it AC? I need to hide these, by the way.
You also got to go next on turn order.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
yeah. But you also don't. You also only have one of the guards listed on the turn order.
Oh, I'm doing them all at the same time just to save
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. I figured.
So does 8 do anything? I'm assuming not. Issa?
Issa is away from computer.
Anton,
Seriously?
what are you doing, dude?
You're in the middle of combat.
no.
Anton,
No, you
you,
didn't.
You're being
you went up
actively
and
attacked.
down.
I'm being actively attacked. I said no. I
No?
forgot that my
Okay.
headset doesn't work out there. I'm sorry.
Anton, this is like the 16th time tonight I've seen you get up and out of that chair. Is your IBS acting up?
Yes. If you must know.
And
Oh
and
my
the
God.
other roll is a 5. So
Yeah, I have a 13 AC.
yeah.
That doesn't seem right, but okay. What kind of armor do you have?
Braun, you're gonna feel weird about mine.
Okay.
But I did it with Havoc, so
okay.
he said it seemed alright.
Okay.
I don't
But
know. Me
13
and
AC
Drez
13
built this
AC
sheet, so I
I was about
didn't.
to say 13 AC for a rogue seems low.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
just
what,
got
what
leather.
armor do you have?
Just plain leather armor.
So that's an 11 plus your dex, and your dex is 3, right?
Oh, so it should
You'd
be
have
14.
It should
So
be
it
14.
should be 14.
That seems a little better.
Oh, okay. So 14 then.
There you go.
Never mind.
Alright, so what's happening?
I mean, they did ranged attacks on you. They attempted to,
They did.
anyways, and now
Yeah.
it is
Woo!
now it
I
is the halfling's
didn't
turn.
die.
Does moving diagonally count as 5 feet or no?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 5 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna move right here. And then shoot the Memorian captain with a crossbow.
Okay.
Does that hit?
1 second. What the
That-
hell? Roll 20?
That couldn't hit a small child, unfortunately.
And well, also once again,
Why does
Dex is not being applied here, when
What?
it should be.
Hmm.
Because I'm seeing the 1d20, and I'm seeing the 20 plus 2. The 20 roll plus 2
know,
proficiency. Dex should be added for the crossbow, I think.
I have a 0 dexterity mod.
Oh, well then.
It is added. Gotcha.
It doesn't look well. It does. I don't believe it's actually being added.
it's not-
However,
it is not being added,
It doesn't
though.
matter for that attack.
Yeah, it doesn't.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for him it doesn't matter because because the Dex is 0. He has a 0 modifier.
You should still click the gear and add it.
Yes, you should still add it, just in case your dexterity goes up in the future.
Yeah.
In fact, now I'm gonna check my weapons right now just to make sure.
Also, just
I mean,
so we're clear,
I feel like
Dex
we went over
plus-
this
yeah.
already, but yeah, it's fine.
You didn't go over mine because I went.
Yeah,
I did.
true.
I took care of my own stuff, and yes, all of my stuff is set up correctly.
I think it should be, but
just so we're clear, the reason I'm so antsy is because I literally drank a double dose of energy drink when I sat down and started this. So little bit amped up.
Anti sitting in his chair right now.
Why are my
Wait, is
bones
that-
vibrating?
Is that your turn? Is that your turn?
oh yeah.
Okay.
No bonus action.
No.
Alright. Perla!
Perla's turn. Yay. All right. We're going to. I'm gonna move up. And I'm gonna get right here. And I am going to. I mean, I've got my rapier and my shield drawn, and I'm gonna take a pokey poke at the Marmorian guard.
Okay.
So, yeah. Nope.
Wow.
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 You are rolling well, guys.
And then I guess for my bonus action, I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself and give myself 2 AC.
Okay. Is that it?
That's all I got.
Okay.
Yep. All right, my turn. Yeah, no, that was a pretty heavy hit. So I'm looking at what I can do here. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to burn. I look up this memorial and I go, I don't appreciate your aggression, sir. I need a wisdom save from him.
Okay.
I feel like it's gonna fail.
17.
God damn it.
I knew it.
And so I just gulp and raise my shield just up a little bit higher.
Okay. Is that your turn?
I can't do bonus actions.
All right.
Do I have any bonus actions?
Constantine.
I don't know.
Oh, right there. I thought I had to wait longer since I had that great initiative roll.
That was the end of the turn.
So is it every square signifies 5 feet?
Correct.
Yes.
So every square, lateral, horizontal, and diagonal is 5 feet.
It has literally never changed in any campaign we've been in.
Okay.
Is Anti gone? No, he's just looking
No,
at
He's leaning over.
He's just being a
I
weirdo.
didn't run away. I'm just looking.
It's kind of unclear to like, but I'm going to use my longbow. No. I'm going to use my light crossbow. And I am going to go after... Well, actually, this is a bad guy too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The guy that all the three of us are surrounding is a bad guy. The white looking
I forgot
figurine.
About him. I know. Can I make it here? I don't remember where I started, Jaws. I'm a terrible.
Can you press Control Z?
I think she would have made it.
You probably can't hit Control Z.
If you remove the one movement, it would have let her get there.
If you are anywhere in front of here, that's your 30 feet of movement is maximum this line here. So.
Oh, I think she does make that. I think it, yeah.
Yeah.
Where she moved is equivalent to where she is now, if you think about it. It's just she took one of her lateral movements and made it a diagonal instead.
Look.
Oh.
That's 30 feet.
Oh, nice.
How did you do that?
Yeah, how'd you do that?
It's a ruler. There's the you see the magnifying glass underneath of that. There's a ruler.
Oh.
And you can just,
There's the ruler that you can do that with.
Bro.
Oh Lord.
Wow.
All of the rulers, all of the time.
Helicopter,
Okay.
helicopter.
It's not a
I was
raid.
just about to say that.
Wow, that's really cool. Okay,
I
I've changed my mind, and I'm going to be Kirito and use short sword, even though it's weaker than my other weapons. But sorry,
Twice.
Kirito. So that's
Because if you were firing into,
It shouldn't be weaker than your other weapons.
I mean, it's a 1d6 plus 3. Do I get to attack twice?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's like super distracting.
I was about to
Okay,
say anti,
so-
please.
Right.
Set it to one
These people
color
might
and leave
be
it there.
watching.
There's like a weird delay.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure that hits.
that's what's up.
Yep.
So wait.
Click the word short sword for the damage.
I did click that.
That
too.
Oh.
No. In the chat, you click the short sword.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess you
On
can
the
take that
22.
as my second roll.
There you go.
For the first
Oh, the second roll, it doesn't hit. Probably not, I'm assuming.
No.
Who does? Okay. I got excited. I figured out what I was doing.
Yay.
I got a little carried away.
I think that's all she wrote. 8 points of piercing damage.
Yay. You're welcome, guys.
Hey, at least you
Yeah.
contributed.
You did more damage than like
That's
most
true.
most everyone other than me.
And top of turn.
Yep. Okay, so since Corchi was the most, so since Corchi was the most recent attack, he's gonna go for her.
Of course, she literally
sorry.
just walked out.
No, I hear you. I have a wireless headset too. And I don't think I'm muted, am I?
No,
Does,
we can hear you.
does
we
a
can hear you.
16? Does a 16 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 8 points of slashing damage.
I'd rather not say. It's kind of pathetic.
And if a 16 hits, I'm going to assume a 20 hits as well.
Bruh.
Multi-attack. Oh boy.
Is a 12 hit?
But I say a
12
12 should
should
not be
hit.
hitting. Even with no armor, I don't think a 12 hits.
Her AC says
Because
13.
I've got the ruler. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out why clicking my character was doing anything.
Her AC is absolutely not 13.
What armor are you wearing?
I have.
If it's standard leather, her AC should be like 14. If she's got a +3
Is
to
it
dex.
chain shirt or
Chain
scale
mail armor.
mail?
Chainmail.
Oh.
Then that. I think that's like. Isn't that like a 16?
That's a 16 if it's chain mail.
Well, beats
She get her
beats,
Hey.
so.
This is the first combat, Drez. Working
We're
at
just
the
trying to-
gates.
Trying to make sure we're.
Yeah.
But I don't have a shield.
Well, here, let's see.
Wikidot.
Your AC is listed as 13.
Well, a lot is fucked up right now, clearly.
Yeah, that's
Chainmail
yeah,
is armor class 16.
Okay, yep. Okay. So 16.
Importantly, though, what's her strength rating? Unless Drez isn't sticking to that rule.
For
Well, Drez, that's up to you as DM. Chainmail requires 13 strength.
Otherwise, your movement speed is imposed by 10 feet.
Is chainmail
He's-
too heavy for her?
what?
If
Hold
you're
on.
playing a dex-based
Oh
fighter,
no, I know. Hold on. Yeah, so you're okay. Because you already moved up close. I'll allow it this time, but do remember that.
Minus 10 feet,
Yeah,
but AC.
I'm gonna actually change that on your character sheet right now.
That doesn't seem right.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, Corchi, most fighters are strength-based. That's why they go for the heavy armor. You're going dex-based, which means you probably should have gone for leather rather than chainmail.
Well, can we
But
just
I
say I want
think-
more leather?
That's a conversation you have to have with Drez.
Yeah, because paladins usually start with chainmail as well, but because I am a dex-based paladin, Drez let me swap my armor out for something else.
We could call it ring mail and split the difference.
I will let you have chain shirt instead of chain mail.
13 plus your dex modifier.
13 plus
Max
2.
of 2.
Max of 2. Yeah, so it's 15.
So it'd be
Dude.
so it'd be 15. Which means that attack I just did will still hit, but you won't have speed disadvantage.
Shirt?
Yes.
Yes.
We're solving problems here today, everybody.
Still having some teething issues.
It's
Wow.
fine. That's
Welcome
why
to first
we-
combat.
First combat. We're baby steps. Baby steps. We're figuring out everything. It's fine. But we're
I
why we're
should
starting out.
good.
Why we're doing it this way.
Thanks, guys. Never said I was good at this game.
You don't have to be to have fun.
That's
Yeah.
true.
You having fun?
That
You
is
stab the guard. For
As long as
being-
you're
I'm
having-
like,
I'd say
I
as long as
actually
you're-
hit the guard.
I hit the guard.
I'd say as
For
long
what?
as you're having fun, you're being good at D&D.
Heck, you're one of the only 2 people who actually hit him.
Yeah, I was about to say. Me and my fucking 10.
You do, however, take 14 points of damage.
Oh,
Holy Jesus!
Ouchies.
Is it 14 additional or including
Just
the eight?
total.
Total.
Oof. Am I supposed to see my teammates' health bars?
No.
Okay,
I
so
mean, I can see health bars. I can't see exact numbers.
Oh, he
Yeah.
can't see my health bar. He just
so I can
can't
see
yeah.
this health bar and this health bar.
I
but not
can
the other two.
see
We'll
Weird.
figure
your
that out
health
later.
bar,
But
Issa.
clearly, there's some
Yeah.
display
Yeah,
issues.
because I can
Roll-
see.
roll-
Yeah, I can. We'll
I
worry
can
about it
see
later.
the two of
Role
yours as
playing.
well.
I can see everybody, so it's kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Guys,
It's fine.
we'll look at it one of these days when we're not doing the actual game. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
we'll just make it
like,
make a note.
That is a technical issue that can wait until later.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So it's the.
So
Is that his turn?
top of the round.
yeah, that is his turn.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
top of the round. Now we are moved on. Back to
Okay.
you.
All right. Do we get advantage when we're on either side of an enemy? Or
Flanking.
yes, flanking. Thank you.
Murder sandwich.
Will
You
you
are on a
always have
roof.
advantage?
Yeah, you're on a roof. That is. So
That's
I'd say
okay.
you're like
I'd say.
I'd say like 10 feet up, 10 feet up.
So, Anti, you have advantage regardless because we're in combat with him. Perla does not have advantage because of you.
Yeah, I do not have advantage because of you. I'm pretty sure you might have advantage because of me. I'm not entirely sure.
At least because of me, because I mean, I've been directly attacked. I've been throwing spells. So, yeah.
A spell.
Well, I'm just gonna repeat my last turn then. Crossbow.
Okay. That hits.
And sneak attack since I had advantage.
Sneak. Oh yeah.
Or-
Sneak attack.
I
wait,
had
no.
advantage. I can use sneak attack.
No.
Instead?
Let me
Or
rephrase. I don't think you have advantage. You always have sneak attack if someone else is in melee.
Yeah, you have
Oh.
sneak attack if someone
I'm
else is
sorry.
next to your target.
I don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy target is within 5 feet. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, if it, yeah.
I still rolled a 20. 21.
You still you still roll a 21 on that first roll, so it still hits.
And then I'm just gonna back up, on the roof a little bit.
Haha,
And
you
that's-
fool! He had reach!
I mean, I'm no longer in line of sight of maybe these two. And
A
this one.
spear comes from beneath your feet and stabs you in the calf.
I didn't know we were fighting Undyne.
Okay, that's my turn.
it's his turn, mate.
I did 17 that time.
Yeah, you did pretty.
Now I know what I
Alright.
have to do for my turn.
Sneak attack is so OP.
Is there like a set damage for sneak attack or what?
2d6.
It's 2d6
Oh.
starting.
In
It's
addition-
so levels 1 and 2 it's 1d6, and then every like 2 levels or every 2 levels starting from level 3 it goes up by an additional d6. So level 3 has 2d6.
I just
Or
put it
no,
in.
Okay.
you get you. Hmm?
Is that your turn?
Yeah, that was my turn.
Yeah, that's right. You don't get sneak attack until level 3. That's right.
Okay. These guys.
Oh,
All of the hats.
These guys are gonna come in on Perla here.
All right.
Just because you're an easy target.
That's why I'm front line. Now, just a question. Does the one guy with the shield have advantage on me, even though his captain is preoccupied with 2 other people at the same time?
No, they're just regular guards.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying,
Um,
like, for purposes of flanking.
No, they don't have flanking.
Okay.
Does a 20? Yeah, 20 probably hits, huh?
My AC is 19 right now, so yes.
Okay, so this guy right here, he hit you for 5 points of piercing damage.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll one of these. Okay,
Ah.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
That was a concentration check.
Yeah, no, I think
Constitution.
you're fine.
Yeah.
What?
Well, a constitution
Why?
is a concentration check.
Yes.
Whenever you're holding a spell on you,
Yeah.
that
Whenever
has
whenever
a
you
duration.
yeah whenever you have a concentration check spell, because I have a concentration check spell active right now, which
Ooh,
is
yeah,
Shield of
yeah, you
Faith.
said that. Okay.
If I get
Yeah.
hit and take damage, I have to roll a Constitution check, or basically a Constitution saving throw,
Mm-hmm.
to see if I maintain that spell, which is
Okay.
either 10 or half the damage, whichever is greater.
Yep.
The DC is 10 or half the damage.
Okay.
Like, for instance, Nova, what I had attempted there on my last turn was actually hold person, which would have completely locked up the Memorian and taken him out of the fight. However, he beat my save.
So
if
nothing
they were
happened.
intelligent and he failed, the guards would have been smart to come after me to potentially free their captain.
But that's metagaming.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
what
that's
it is.
absolutely metagaming.
Okay, so this guy hit you. This guy utterly failed. He rolled a nat, so I'm actually gonna say he's prone.
Okay, so he like tripped.
Yeah.
All right.
Tripped and fell.
You gotta watch out for that rubble now.
And then the last guard is going to go for Issa again.
Wait, which one is
Does
going
he
for me?
have?
He
One
has
in the back.
ranged. But it doesn't matter anyways.
I was about to say, like,
Whiffed.
I'm on a roof out of line
Yes.
of sight.
He has ranged. And you're not really out of sight. You're 3/4, but I rolled for disadvantage.
Okay, all
But
right.
he missed
that's
it.
fine.
He missed
Okay.
anyway.
All right, all right. I
Yeah, so it
moved
didn't
back
matter.
and I would have
He
crouched.
wasted his turn.
It's
He
fine.
wasted his
Yeah.
turn.
Yes.
Don't complain.
I'm not
Yeah.
complaining. I was just trying to figure that out. That's all.
It's Nephro time.
Nippy?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god, you need to stop that.
No.
It's
So
so bad.
Oh, whoops.
Because
I'm
why do you not
gonna-
like my nicknames?
Move right here, and then it says
Oh, and you said I took 5 damage?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm gonna use a 1 spell slot to cast Inflict Wounds.
Ooh, dirty. Oh,
Oh,
Pretty sure that's a whiff.
Yeah.
god dang it.
You doing anything else?
I don't think I can move back away.
Wait.
Wait.
That
What was
move I
that move I used to use as a cleric?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna look it up. So you can
what?
carry on.
Spirit
Carry on.
weapon?
Yeah,
Yeah, spiritual weapon.
He doesn't have spirit weapon.
Spiritual
What?
weapon? I have
Oh
spiritual
my
weapon.
god.
You did? You took
But I
it?
don't have it out.
Okay, you
Oh.
did take it though.
Yeah.
I love that move.
But I don't have it out. So yeah, that's it.
Is not active.
Alright.
Scorchy never healed. It's fine.
So Perla.
It is
Yes.
pretty cool.
Okay. It
What's
is
up?
your turn.
It is my turn.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that this one guard has tripped and fallen, and I'm gonna see if I can't remove him from play with some good old fashioned bullshit. So I'm gonna go in for a rapier stab.
Okay.
And I get advantage because he's prone.
That's correct.
So that's rapier damage. Not too shabby.
He's dead.
He's just dead.
Outright, just dead.
He did.
And then I don't really.
I haven't taken damage, right? Yes.
What the? I don't want. Yeah. I don't think I have anything else that I can really do with my bonus action because I'm still holding I'm still concentrating on a spell.
What, Andre?
No, nothing. I'm sorry.
Giggling to himself.
No, I'm messaging Havoc in his sidebar. He just said I literally stole something.
No, that's not. Ignore that. I didn't mean.
I
actually click on that.
apologize. I didn't mean to.
Ignore that. I did not actually do that because that
Didn't
takes
mean
an action. So yeah, I'm done. I'm not doing anything else.
Yay!
Anna!
Yay!
Nathula.
I look over to Perla and go, "We needn't slay them, Perla." And I grab my my holy civil and I go, Caliphine, your chosen child needs your aid. And I cast this.
What?
I'm
What did you
healing.
You,
I'm in the
you-
process of
Whoa.
healing.
Oh,
He's doing healing word, I think.
And then I turn over to Kazuto and how bad does Kazuto look?
Can I say? Can't you see my
Not
health
not
bar?
numbers. How bad do you look? Because you did take a blow or two.
I'm at 50%.
So you look fairly rough. Sorry.
on a scale from 1 to 35, I'm about a 14.
Wait, he has 35.
Pretty
He has
fucking
35
bad.
health.
No, I was making that up.
Bruh. I was about
Wait.
to say the
Bruh.
fighter better not have more health than the paladin.
I didn't want to give real number.
Right.
Oh, gee.
I
From
will...
X to X.
hmm,
How bad are you feeling?
A scale of 1 to 10.
Is it in emojis? Like, have you guys ever seen that at the doctor when they're like, "What's your pain level? Show me what's it."
Ooh. Go ahead and heal Corchi
1.
4 points of healing.
Yeah, because there's
And I end my
modifiers
turn.
that get added.
Yeah.
Yeah, clerics have modifiers that they can add on for healing spells.
Panic.
Oh. What?
And that is the end of my turn.
Okay. Kazuto!
I
Going back after this dude with short swords.
Double
And
short
roll.
words.
Am I click clacking on my keyboard?
No.
No. That was
Critical
attack
fail.
number uno. I might have. I didn't like fall or anything. Right?
I will only make myself prone. I won't make players prone.
Oh, cool. Okay,
Yeah.
roll it again before you change your mind.
Oh my god!
You should definitely make her prone now.
She just sinks both blades into the side of the building.
That's what she gets for trying to sword fight between an ally and the edge of a building.
She's just like
Stuck
poking
the
him in
building
there.
now.
Just poking him in the crevasse.
Just
Alright,
gonna.
I'm gonna fight this man. Damn, this building got hands.
Oh god.
Oh, that's too good.
Okay, so what's
Archie, is that your turn?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm prone.
that's it.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
So, Corchi, since you didn't do anything, he's not going to be concerned with you. However, Anna,
Yes.
23.
23 is going to hit.
bruh.
That's going to be 6 points of slashing.
Excuse me.
Oof, heavy hit. Okay.
I'm assuming 10 does not.
10
Hey, Bron.
absolutely does not.
What's up?
Stop dying.
What about
Just for a
wish I
second.
could.
and what about 15?
Let me double check. Nope, my AC is 16.
Okay. Then you just take the 6. And it's gonna be Issa's turn.
I can't believe that
Yup.
guy's prone and with an X on them.
Well, he
Uh,
did.
Yeah,
That's
he's
what
got
happens
it.
when you
I know.
die.
I know.
Most people don't keep standing after they're murdered.
Good
Unless
point.
there's a necromancer on the field.
Oh.
They still usually hit the ground.
Yeah, but you know.
Ow. Okay. I was gonna do something fancy, but I'm just gonna repeat what I've been doing. Is he taking any more damage since my last turn?
No.
Oh,
The only
okay.
person who's made an attempt was Corchi.
Okay.
I made an attempt.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he made an attempt.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he whiffed.
Severely failed. Probably.
Okay.
Well,
Fucking
more.
that crossbow does not miss.
Nope.
No, it does not.
And then, that thing.
Why is Rogue Woman, sorry, doing so much damage?
I know.
Because
no.
rogue. Early level rogue is
Because
busted.
sneak attack is the best thing.
Are you even able to hit him? Because you're like
Rogues and
10
wizards
feet
are
away.
the definition of
sneak
glass cannons.
Yeah, rogues and wizards are insanely strong.
If I get
I'm
hit,
Damage output.
I'm probably going down. That's
I'm gonna have him move here. He's still within your threatened space, so he does
Yep.
not provoke
No
attack.
opportunity. No opportunity attack.
He, however, is going to move here,
oh
and
Oh
he's
no,
gonna,
Avic H's.
oh.
oh sorry. He's going to make an attack on the guy I just moved. He's going to make an attack on you. What is your name?
Me?
Perla.
Perla? Yes.
12.
Whiff.
That's what I thought.
Very much whiff.
And then the other guy
She literally
guy-
just parries it with her shield.
I moved first.
Oh
He's
no,
gonna make
Snefo is a disco ship.
Yeah, I was gonna he's gonna make a attack on Sinefo.
Oh no.
Just 22.
That hits.
Okay, take 6 points of piercing damage.
I added that quote wrong. There we go. Havoc, you are now in quote roulette in the stream chat.
Ah,
And that will be the guard's turn. Sinefo, it is your turn.
Okay. I think I'm going to hit Mr. Man with my warhammer one-handed. Oh.
With who's Mr. Man? By the way.
The
White
captain.
Malmorian guy.
Captain.
Okay.
Yeah, the Maureen guy.
Okay.
A lot of whiffs.
He's got a high AC apparently.
No, just everyone is rolling shit except
Yeah,
for the rogue.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I don't think anyone, like the only other person who's hit him has been Kazuto, and that was
If
once.
only. I rolled a net one.
All right.
Like the only thing we know about his AC is it's not 11. Because that's the highest anyone has rolled that actually missed.
You know, even if I
Anyways.
miss, I still get sneak attack, right?
No.
Aww.
Okay, so is that your turn?
Oh yeah, it's an
Yeah.
extra when you hit. Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
Perla.
Yeah, what's up? It's my turn now.
Is
You
he?
have, you have
Okay.
3 different people you can hit.
Right, I do. So I am going to make an attack on the Malmorian guy because he
Okay.
is probably the most threatening individual here at this current moment.
Yes.
So we're gonna go for a pokey poke. I'm pretty sure that hits.
23? Finally! Another hit!
So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna add on some divine smite.
Might.
Cool. How do you want to do this?
Holy.
Who ordered 23 damage in one shot?
Cool. How do you want to do this?
Um.
Uh-oh. Drez was...
Well, I'm not gonna fucking die on my end. She's going to take, like, her rapier is going to glow with this almost, I want to say, like, this kind of, it's kind of like an umbral glow because of, you know, her patron deity. And she goes in and can I say that it's non-lethal after the fact, or do I have to announce that before I roll the damage? That look is saying I have to announce it before.
It's just it gets complicated with these guys in
Right.
particular.
Okay. So I will ignore that for now.
Okay.
If unless you want to change it otherwise.
Their only weak spot is their heart.
But-
It's just that it's really hard to incapacitate them and not kill them.
Okay.
I
So in that-
mean...
So in that case, she's going. Her rapier has this umbral glow
Mhm.
to it, and she goes in for a stab, and her blade just kind of goes through his chest,
Okay.
and he gets pinned up against the wall that's right there. You can see this kind of the same like umbral glow that was on her rapier kind of coming out of his mouth and eyes, like.
Okay. So, as he's pinned up against the wall, you'll see it kind of like also come out of his eyes and stuff, and then like the pores on his skin, which have crystals within them, are going to start to glow up a little bit and have that umbral glow as well, and they'll like start to violently shake, and he'll just crumble to dust. And he is dead.
Oh, it was the guard captain.
Yes.
Yeah, we did 151 damage to him.
Oh, I forgot about that too.
And with that, the other 2 guards are going to look at you and be like, "All right then, carry on."
I was actually about to jump down here and tell him to stand down.
Yeah, no, you killed the person that was driving them to attack. So, like, they're not going to enforce the law unless a Marmorian makes them enforce the law.
Okay, so if we just see guards around, then we can do whatever.
That's an important
I'm
rule.
going to
Issa can do whatever.
I'm going to tentatively step by these guards now that they've kind of disassociated themselves and check on this one's pulse.
He's done. He's nope. He's gone.
Looks like even with healing, that chances are he wouldn't be able to be brought back.
You would need a raise dead spell for him.
I look
What
up
about
to
spare the
Perla.
dying?
I look up to Perla and I go,
No.
"This was a bit grisly, don't you think?"
Well, I'm sorry, but I was reacting in the moment, and according to my patron's teachings, react to violence with swifter violence. I didn't think about merely knocking him unconscious at first.
You can tell I'm mulling over your words, but definitely mentioning your benefactor kind of has me cowed a little bit. And I nod.
How do you
I'll
spell
try
the-
to remember in the future that these guards are not our primary targets.
I feel like the guards themselves may be no more problematic than the slaves being sold like myself. Perhaps they are all just victims of the circumstance.
Precisely. And she turns to the remaining two guards and asks, poses a question to them, gets their attention and poses a question to them. Do you know what was of importance in this area that you were here in the first place?
Oh, we was told to protect our package from a Mr. Dalton Lane getting it.
A package, you say?
That's correct.
Do you know where this package is?
Well, I'm not supposed to tell you that.
I believe what you said was you're protecting it from Dalton Lane. Do any of us look like Dalton Lane?
Well, you could be working for Dalton Lane now, couldn't you?
I mean, anyone could be. Even your other guard there, and she points at the other guy. You just don't know it. Besides, this Dalton fellow sounds particularly untrustworthy. I can't imagine wanting to work for him purposefully.
Yes, imagine.
The guard's gonna look at the other guy and be like, were you working for Dalton Lane then? And the other guy's like, no. Are you working for Dalton Lane? He goes, no. And they, "We ain't
All
working
this
for
is
Dalton Lane,
happening.
then."
Really smart, obviously.
Of course, I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen at some point.
I'm just gonna start rifling the pockets of this one that's down.
He has nothing.
He crumbled into marble chunks, Anti.
Oh, okay.
You're rooting through dust.
I'm rooting through dust looking for valuables.
Wait, would there?
There's
be,
no
like,
crystals?
diamonds or something?
Weren't there
All the crystals
shinies?
just no. All the crystals like disintegrated.
No money for Issa.
So then, to say that we weren't working for Dalton Lane, you know where this package is then?
We know where the package is.
Oh no, would you roll that for?
Why another one? What?
No, that was the only roll I did.
Oh. No, I just saw the chat pop up because Havoc's typing.
Oh.
Oh, that must be what I saw too.
Yeah. Why are you trying to sneak into the force of habit?
Because she doesn't like to share until she wants to share.
Since that
Anyways.
wasn't very stealthy. Anyways, I'm just gonna start rooting around this dead body. For valuable.
Honestly, you're not gonna find anything interesting in
You're in
there.
the process of just slapping your hand away, like, no, stop!
Stop
What?
defiling the dead.
I'm just gonna say fine and walk over this way to the opening of this building.
It's very shadowy. It basically looks like the room that you're in in with Dalton Lane.
From inside, you hear, Lisa, you're tearing us apart!
It's not that the room.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
All right, I guess I'm gonna try pulling out my lantern and lighting it.
You cannot see shit.
I get the impression this is advanced darkness.
It is advanced darkness.
Excuse me?
Even with like dark sight or
Dark vision.
dark vision. Jeez, dark vision. I
No,
can't see
because
through it.
yeah,
It's
you
magical
can.
darkness.
It's magical darkness. Yes.
Well, I'm gonna put out the flame in my thing and put it away. Lantern.
Oh man, I completely forgot I had that.
How do I blindly fumble through here? Is
Breath
that
of the
like
Storm.
perception at disadvantage or something?
I mean, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like I just stabbed myself in the back.
Yeah.
Surprise, it's a room full of swords!
As long as they're not wicker baskets, all right.
All the swords are looking to be sheathed within you.
Anyone want to help me
Oh,
look through this really dark building?
Nah, you can go ahead. Just by yourself.
Perla is making herself busy with the guards, trying to, distract them and get information.
I'm checking on Sinefa.
What is
Sinefa, are you
everybody's
doing
race,
alright?
by the way?
Drow.
Oh, halfling.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you enter the building?
I guess.
Okay. As soon as you get up close to the building, the shadows start to clear up.
Oh, perfect.
That's a bit disconcerting, Perla. What did you do?
I did nothing. It
Perla
must
is
be.
the chosen one.
It must just be reacting to me as an individual. I imagine
dark
any
Perla,
other.
she who lived!
The darkness doesn't like you, Peggy.
Yeah, it is like it encompasses everything, but as you put yourself towards more towards into the building, the shadows kind of actively reject around you.
So there's this
Chasing
like
around.
bubble.
Yeah.
There's this like bubble, like a 5-foot bubble of
Yeah,
just
pretty-
nothing but the shadows are gone.
Yes.
All right, help
Okay.
me look through here, Peggy.
Pearl is gonna
You're
slap.
not in the 5-foot bubble.
I am like right next to her. That
Pearl
bubble
is
would
just-
be halfway into the space I'm in.
Pearl is just gonna backhand Asa, just because of the Peggy comment.
Do you-
Again.
Insta
do you want
dodge.
this to-
Insta dodge. That's you're just gonna show off her dexterity and just
Okay. Anyway, so are you going?
Yes,
Into
we're
the-
going. I'm going into the building.
All right. As you
Seeing as
reach
the guards don't really want to tell anything.
Yeah, as you reach the middle of the building, you see a sword stuck into the ground.
Perla just kind of cocks her head and looks
Oh,
at it like,
I've already grabbed it.
It's stabbed into the ground. You can't see it.
I'm standing right on top of her.
You cannot see the sword. You specifically cannot see the sword.
Wait, it's only like moved out of the way for her, but we still see it there.
Wait, did you all leave the guards alone?
We had no
mean-
reason to hold them.
Okay. I just don't
Okay.
want more Memorians showing up, that's all.
Not like they're gonna care.
They got big health bars.
anyways.
Okay, anyway.
Yes.
So Perla sees this sword stuck in the ground. Anyone, like, even if they're in her space, would not be able to see it then.
Correct.
Okay. She's just gonna kind of cock her head and
Sorry.
walk
if-
forward.
If they're in your space, all they see is basically a geyser of shadow coming up out of the ground.
All right then. But she's gonna cock her head and just kind of look at it and go, "Does anyone else see that there?" And she points.
The weird bit of shadow that's still existing, even though you've pushed it out. Yes.
I don't see shadow there. She's gonna walk forward and kind of inspect this sword that's stuck in the ground there.
I'd like to join her in this. Can I roll Arcana to see if I can understand what's going on here?
Sure.
Whereas Perla is she's inspecting the sword to see if you don't know shit.
Yeah. You see a sword. The sword is almost scimitar in shape. It's almost like a carbony looking metal blade. But what is most important about the blade, or what is most important about the sword itself, is the hilt is a gold, a golden hilt. It looks like basically like if it were, what are those scimitar looking
like
fencing swords? No, it's a fencing sword kind of,
okay.
but it's kind of.
I know what you're talking about. Like it's got a fancy handle that kind of wraps around.
Yes.
The bubble.
Yeah.
It
and then
wraps around the hand.
yes. And then on there's a pommel or a coin on the end of it. And engraved on that is the symbol of a spider.
Ooh.
Okay.
Are you gonna share this information with all of us?
I mean, she's inspecting the sword first, and then she sees the spider, and anyone who can see her face, even though her skin is dark in color, you can almost see her like pale a little bit because she knows what this is. Like I'm pretty sure she knows who this sword is related to.
I think you're the only one who would know that.
Yeah.
Perla, are you okay?
There is an influence here, and I do not like it. Remember when I said earlier that my god Elistray was one of the only good drow gods?
Yes, of course. That a bit of endearment, if I do say so.
Quite. Well, most of the other drow gods are not. They are quite evil. One of them in particular, her name is Lolth, the Spider Queen.
That's even less satisfying to try and repeat than it is to hear.
I will tell you what I see here. There is a sword stuck in the ground, and on the pommel is a spider.
I take it spiders are significant for some reason?
The spider is Lolth's symbol.
Detestable.
She is hang on, let me see what I have. I have one spell slot. Is there anything I can do with it? No. Not really.
What's the god's name?
Lolth.
Lolth. Lolth.
Okay.
I unsheath my sword and I gently start bringing like the edge of it towards the shadow. Does it connect with anything?
Yeah. You'll hear like a little tink.
Ting. Metal on metal sound.
Okay, so it's there.
Ready
I
to
definitely
growl.
believe you. D-R-O-W. D-R-O-W.
Okay. That's easy.
It's the goddamn Spider Queen.
Yeah. And I was not exaggerating earlier when I said that Elistray was the only good one, because she is. She's the only good patron of the Drow. But she's
Wow.
not the primary patron. Lilith is. Because most Drow are bastards.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, most are bitches.
Bastards, bitches, whatever. You know what I mean. Just because it's a female-run society. Anyways. Still examining. Is there any kind of Arcana check that Perla can roll to see if there's any kind of magic affecting the blade outside of what she already knows, that being that the others can't really see it because of shadow?
Yeah, go ahead.
+1 Arcana. Nope.
Nope.
Not us.
You don't.
You don't get anything. Okay.
Nope.
Actually, wait a second. Last page.
Well, do you
Wait,
believe
why
there's
is
a way we
that
can
back?
destroy it?
Issa's just gonna reach for the shadow.
You're gonna try and grab the sword?
Just gonna try and grab this sword that she can't see. Just at the top of the shadowy bit. Kind of bringing her hand down slowly.
Joke's on you! The hilt was in the ground!
I said slowly! I mean, the only damage I've taken was from Mr. Krabs, so... I'll be fine.
Hopefully you don't cut your hand.
Hey, as you go to grab the sword,
Just while this is happening, Perla is also saying, I would rather not deal with this if I don't have to. Kind of oblivious to the fact that Issa is reaching for it.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of focused on Perla since this is her field of expertise. Then I definitely believe we should probably be Issa!
yeah. So as you go to reach for it, you feel a shadow kind of sifting around in your pocket.
Sifting around it. What?
You
It
feel
just
like
means it's going through your pocket.
there is a shadow busying itself in your pocket.
I ain't got no
As
pockets.
opposed to the,
Or your bag, whatever. You feel
Oh.
you feel shadowy movement.
I mean, I'm gonna whip around and look behind me.
Do you reach into your bag?
Yeah, I'm gonna look in my bag since obviously I didn't see anything behind me other than shadow.
I mean, he still has that living pocket dildo that he picked up, so I mean, that's still moving.
Oh yeah, I forgot you had that. And you have the book.
the tentacle.
You have
Right.
a lot of stuff. I hope you're writing this stuff down.
Dude, yeah, everything's listed. I just forgot that the tentacle was there. I didn't know what
Wiggle,
he
wiggle,
was
wiggle,
talking.
wiggle, yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, so do
I'm
you
gonna
reach into
pull
your
out
bag?
Ulysses
Okay.
and open it to the page that had some writing on it.
Okay, it's gonna be like, this basically this dumb bitch just shoved me in a bag for no reason. I hear fighting. I think she's running around on a roof. Like, what an idiot!
Wait, what the hell's going on?
I'm reading this book from earlier. Don't worry about it. I just have a book that I'm reading. I don't even know if you saw it, did you?
Oh, from the first
Yeah, first session.
that
Oh,
book
okay.
in
Yeah. As you kind of read the pages actively being written on, it's like, if you took me out more, I could help you out.
It doesn't say anything about the sword, though.
Do you ask it about the sword?
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was like, okay. What about the sword, then?
It just basically goes, I don't know. I'm from this realm. Like, what do you want from me?
I'm concerned
That
Issa's
was
gone
helpful,
mad.
book. I'm sorry, that was helpful, Ulysses. And then I shove it back in my bag and reach for the sword again.
What are you
Why is
talking-
Issa speaking to a book?
Okay, as you go to put the book back, you feel an extra coin in your coin purse that you did not have before.
Of which type?
It is a platinum piece, but it is very corrupted. It's very dark. It does not look like you could spend this platinum piece. There is a lot of dark, bad energy on this piece.
Okay,
And-
we get it. It's a coin he pulled out of the septic tank.
Yes. So anyways, if do you inspect the coin?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the evil platinum I've just found. It's shiny. Of course I'm gonna look at it.
Hey, Drez.
Yo.
How do you spell Ulysses?
ULYSSES.
ULYSSES.
Yes.
Okay.
It's also the name of a president.
Ulysses S. Grant.
It's
Yes.
also the name of an actual book, but I don't think that's what this book is.
It's not. It is just as wordy though.
Well, I guess no, you're figuring things out.
I'm looking at coin.
Yeah,
Where'd
he's
this
looking
come
at,
from?
Okay.
Oh, remembered sealing this.
Do you inspect the coin?
I think he said he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I need to?
On the
Charisma saving throw.
on the front of the coin, you see an image of a spider. On the back of the coin, you read this inscription.
Oh, geez, that's a lot of words.
It says, Great Goddess, Mother of the Dark, grant me the blood of my enemies for drink and their hearts for meat. Grant me the screams of their young for song. Grant me the helplessness for their males, of their males for my satisfaction. Grant me the wealth of their house for my bed. By this unworthy sacrifice, I honor you, Queen of Spiders, and beseech you the strength to destroy my foes.
all this fits on the back of a coin.
Yes.
Got a lot of words on it. It's a big coin. I mean, it's a platinum.
You have to remember this might not be in a language
Oh,
like
yeah.
English.
That is true. Do you speak Elvish?
Wouldn't
I do.
Correct.
So I
Hang
can
on.
read it.
wouldn't it be
I
undercommon?
It
got it.
says
We're good.
it says Elvish.
Okay. Yeah, so okay, she can read it.
Okay.
I didn't.
But
I
yeah.
didn't bring over
Does-
that other language.
Does Issa read this out loud?
I'm gonna read out loud in Elvish.
Oh, oh, good. That's exactly what I was
Oh.
hoping.
Yup.
for.
Yup. I did it. I fucking
As-
did it.
As you do that, as you finish the last line of that,
Wait. Is anyone gonna stop me while I start reading this coin off?
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
kind of looking.
Materia.
I'm gonna try and back away because this sounds like some sort of incantation that I'm not dealing with.
Like
I'm
halfway,
backing out of the house.
like there's some interest, but then halfway through, I look up to Pearl. I go, "Should we let
Perla's
her
shaking
continue?"
her head. Perla's shaking her head.
Issa, stop. Issa, stop.
are you guys gonna?
I'm gonna
let
be
this slip?
strangely compelled and keep reading.
Okay, so as you do this, the
I'm
sword.
gonna stop her.
Oh, you are?
I'm moving in to attempt to try and stop her.
I'm gonna
Okay.
duck out of the way and keep reading it.
Oh no. Okay.
I tackle Issa.
Issa's very distracted at this point.
I try and body check Issa.
You
You
fail
don't
miserably.
Fail, fail.
I'm really rolling against it. I just jump out of the way.
And continue reading.
I'm ruining
Wisdom
Wisdom
everything.
saving throw.
So when you finish the word "those," the
Wisdom
sword
saving
that is
throw. I need a wisdom saving throw from Issa. I'm burning the spell slot.
oh no.
Type it in chat. Type it in chat. Here, do the thing in chat. The whole person.
Oh.
I'm trying to decide if I want to do the 20 I get, or if I should actually roll for that.
Oh.
Fuck you and your 20. One wisdom saving throw.
All right, this is funny, so I'm gonna say it's interesting. Let's see how it
Roll
plays
it.
out.
Okay, I'm gonna roll
Yeah,
it.
roll it.
Oh no.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh,
You lock the fuck up, bitch!
nice.
Boom.
I can only hold this for so long. Perla, what do we do?
Get that coin away from her.
I guess you wouldn't want to touch it.
I'm fine with going up and getting the coin, and she walks up to where Issa is on the ground, and she grabs the coin.
Coin
You
is
get- you-
death
you get a
grip
chance
in
at
my
the-
hand.
Issa,
Like-
Issa, for the next minute, you get a chance every 6 seconds to break free.
Okay, what do I roll for that?
It's a wisdom
Another
save
wisdom
again.
save.
Oh.
Nope.
You've locked me up, and I am like death gripping this because I just dodged you.
Like, I feel like it took 6 seconds or so just for us to talk. Now for her to come over.
She's going over and she's going to try grabbing the coin.
Oh.
Before, I would say that probably goes off before that save.
Okay, I will say that as well. However, Perla, I
Yeah.
need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Okay, all right. You have the coin.
Okay.
No strength check to rip that out of my clutched hand.
You are disabled.
Fair. Yeah. You're.
Alright, You're prying my fingers open. Okay. All right.
Yep. You cannot move. Again.
That happens in
cannot
less
move
than
of your
6
own volition.
seconds.
Rez looks excited, but also waiting. I
But
like
that's
reading
I'm
body
no longer
language.
incapacitated. I'm like, but that's mine, and I reach for it again.
Nope. Nope. You are not finishing what is inscribed on this coin.
But
Are
look,
are
the
are
smoke
you
has changed.
continuing to hold on to the coin?
She's keeping it away from Issa, so yes.
Okay, I need you to make me another wisdom saving throw.
That's actually my sleight of hand check. Wait, that says 11.
Perla,
Hmm.
You are now compelled to read this.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no!
I'm
Wait.
reaching over and trying to cover the words.
Hang on, I need to see something here. I think I'm missing a class feature here that I'm not checking for, so I'm double checking something. Nope. Okay. So like I feel compelled to read this,
Yes,
but I'm not being forced to.
correct.
Okay.
I'm grabbing Perla's hand and I'm covering my palm over the coin, and I go, I don't think you should be in possession of this coin. I feel like that's probably the worst for you if it's a drow god.
Perla, her eyes are like kind of like, all right, and she's going to give the coin to Anna.
Drez, is this acceptable?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
try
take
and
it.
grab that coin. What?
I mean, I'm keeping it away from you at this point because I can't trust you, and I'm concerned for Perla.
Well, as possession changes from Perla to Annie there.
I don't think you're getting much with an 8 sleight of hand check though.
Well, that was me
Yeah.
trying to get it from you before she grabbed it.
I mean, I'm willing to acrobatics that shit out of the way. Yeah, there you go. No, I got that shit.
I follow right behind you.
Jesus Christ.
Have I broken the DM yet?
No, this is fun to watch. Okay, so you're gonna tuck the coin away, basically.
I'm gonna tuck it right into my gauntlet, I guess, or glove, whatever you would call it. It's medium armor.
As you do it, you have no desire to read the coin whatsoever, correct?
Not particularly, no.
Okay.
This comes off as evil.
All right. The sword's gonna disappear then.
Oh,
It's just-
Perla was about to go inspect it too.
Had to read the
The-
coin.
The coin and the sword are connected.
What did this cursed sword?
Actually, yeah. Perla, give me a Arcana check.
Okay. A little better.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it to you anyways. Yeah. You get a sense that the sword and the coin are connected.
Okay.
So, as long as the coin has not a potential to be read, the sword is not going to exist in this realm.
Okay.
That's the vibe you're getting.
And she's going to share this information.
Oh, I'm yelling at
Coin.
Annie. That you don't steal from me. That is
Steal
my
from
coin.
you.
Came out of
I
my
didn't
bag.
steal shit from you there, Issa.
That
I
came out
merely
of my
aided-
bag.
I aided Perla in not being corrupted, and I think I'm doing the same as you.
Regardless, the coin and the sword are both connected. I feel like whoever has the coin, as long as they do not have a desire to read it, the sword is powerless.
Excellent, excellent then. I'm neither a drow nor have any interest in reading what is on this coin. So, Issa, if we ever come to a point where we can scour whatever magic or scrape whatever writing is on it is off, you may have it back. Is that fine?
We'll talk about this later.
I just
I'm
kinda
just gonna leave
shrug
it a
and shake
huff.
my
I'm not
head.
even gonna let her say anything to me. I'm just gonna like walk away.
But at this point, the sword is gone now.
Yes, the sword is gone, and the warehouse is absolutely clear. Everybody can see. There's no more shadow.
Well then, that was eventful. And you look over anyone who's in the room. You look over at her, and you kind of see a little bit of sweat. Like she's nervous.
So, Parla, can you explain a little bit? Because I kind of wasn't in there.
Can we explain this too?
Yeah, I will in a minute.
Well, we should probably wrap up for today.
Yeah.
I still got a little bit of time.
Next
So anyway,
time.
am I explaining something first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go.
Okay. The sword and the coin are, from what I can gather, artifacts of Lolth. As I said, the primary deity of the Drow, who is evil, and that's putting it lightly. Whatever magic is bound between that coin and that sword, I cannot imagine it being good for anyone. Save for maybe a follower of hers, but that I am not.
I would think we're lucky to
Okay.
have a follower of someone not as evil as this Lolth.
Lolth enslaves her people and uses them for power. Elistray would seek to free them and have them live their lives to their fullest.
So why do these people follow her?
Because that is all that most of the Drow ever know. There are some who hear whispers of the Dark Maiden and then seek freedom.
And so you were one of those who sought freedom?
I was lucky, shall we say. And I was born into it. And she's walking outside. I do not know much about my parents other than they were followers of Elistray.
Okay.
So then this Elistray is divine and righteous then.
She simply seeks that which is best for us.
So then she only cares, I guess it were?
That's one way of putting it.
She only cares for the Drow? Is it purposeful, or...?
She cares for all, but the Drow are her primary focus. She would see that the Drow live peacefully with other races, where normally that is not the case.
Well, I can't say I've ever actually heard of Drow before this time.
Wait, Drez,
But,
are Drow in this city?
We just saw one, as we left our inn.
The shop.
Oh, yeah.
Our innkeeper dude is a Drow.
But he's from a completely different area.
He's still a Drow.
Still from this
I'm talking
world.
about in the city.
There was also one for sale. Am I not wrong?
That's correct.
Yes,
Oh.
there was one for sale.
Okay. All right, continue.
Anyways, moving on. We are outside now.
we are outside.
Any
I've
other
been outside.
questions?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Why was Dalton on the map a moment ago?
You don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know that.
You do, however, know that the two guards that were remaining are now unconscious.
We didn't do that, did we?
When I left them, they were standing. Isa!
I'm still pissed off and I'm stomping away while they're talking.
Maybe
I
they're just tired.
Oh, great. She's in a huff.
I don't
Well,
think...
now, it appears that you found a gift from my dear friend.
Just...
I'm sorry, we have found no gift, sir.
I would argue differently. Says the coin in your gauntlet.
That's mine.
And I
I
guess
shouldn't
there
rumbles.
it will stay.
I shouldn't be surprised that you associate with the likes of her.
Yes, we have a long-standing friendship that, well, I wouldn't say so much a friendship, but more of an acquaintance through trade.
So then I was correct with my initial assessment that your friendship is dubious.
Well, typically, people who want to associate with me will turn out to benefit for a time, so long as I see that their benefit does not hinder my benefit.
Well, I do not, and I turn. I start checking on these guards to see if they're still living or
Breathing.
need some sort. Yeah.
They are very much alive, but they are in in almost like catatonic trance.
Are
Kinda like
they
a
at
stasis.
0 hit
Yeah.
points?
Yeah. They're kind of like in a stasis state. So then, you say it is a gift. What can you tell us of it?
It would seem that you know quite enough already.
All I know is that there was a sword, and there was a coin that appeared.
And now there's neither.
Well, that much can be said for the sword.
Can I
What is
ask
so-
a question too? What was up with that other note you left? I'll look forward to having you as my champion note. Or no, that was P, not L. Sorry, wrong letter.
D.
Carry on.
Anyways.
Like David?
Like David?
Yeah.
Oh.
He is.
No,
D,
it's
like,
P.
No,
I left-
Corchi, his name is Dalton D.
Yeah.
The note.
The note
signed
is
P,
signed as
as in-
P.
Oh. You can pull it up in your.
Okay.
It's in the
okay.
handouts.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'm always confused. What else is no?
So aside from the coin and the sword being linked, what's so special about it?
Well, as you can see, the individuals of this area went to great lengths to recover the sword. As it can do something that they do not like.
Is that so?
Yes. It is a great boon for anybody who wishes to use it against them.
Well, clearly, it couldn't be helping those who are in need or, healing someone. I doubt something so corrupt and malign would be able to be so helpful in that regard.
How hurt is Anna, by the way? Like how roughed up is Anna looking?
I mean, not too bad.
Okay. Perla is going to just take a hand and put it on Anna's shoulder. If you have at least 15 hit points missing, go ahead and just top yourself off. Otherwise, take 15 healing.
Well, that's the question, Drez. Could a paladin with lay on hands overheal, or would it just fill me up and they would not
Keep
the remainder.
spend it?
It would just fill. Just
Yeah.
it'd top
Well,
you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Would Perla still spend the 15, or would they only be able to fill up the maximum and then essentially like keep their pool?
No, if it's 15, like if you roll, it's a
15
real.
is the pool. 15 is the pool that I have because it's 5 times
Yeah.
my paladin level.
So whatever does not get used just fizzles.
Ah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm to full regardless.
Okay. So, but then I do not have anything left in the lay on hands pool.
Correct.
Okay. Now tell me something. I might be persuaded to allow the use of this sword on one condition. That it does not corrupt the individual using it, which in this case would probably be myself, seeing as it is drow related.
Can you honestly trust anything he or this wolf may bring to the table?
I have no reason to believe that Dalton has lied to us yet.
Well, I will tell you, the motto of this land is sometimes you have to be more criminal than the criminal to outdo the criminal.
So a more complicated means of saying that the ends justify the means.
Correct.
That doesn't answer my question about it corrupting me, though. Will I retain my free will? Because I do not wish to be a servant of Lolth. But if I need to use her powers to achieve what you have put us up to, then I might be persuaded.
Let me answer you this then with a question. Have you ever known Loth to give her a power free without corruption?
Yes,
Perla
Nova.
just shakes.
Ace is literally just pacing and listening.
And Perla just shakes her head. No. I have not.
So I believe you have your answer then.
What, Edie? What are you doing?
You know, doggo.
Hello, doggo. Yes, there's
She's
doggo.
like, don't get corrupted.
What are you doing, Chunky?
Ace is like, corruption? But it's shiny.
What? This is something that will remain on contemplation, I think. What? Why are you knocking things over?
If I am honest here, Perla. I feel like your god would have much, your goddess rather, would have much more concern over you falling to Lolth than any one of us. If I would have to choose, I would rather sacrifice myself than see you fall to some tainted deity.
Now,
Yeah.
simply because a deity delves in shadows does not make them tainted.
I did not speak to you. And I'm still looking at Perla, and I just hold a finger up to Dalton.
He's just gonna chuckle at that. My, such a temper.
I mean, was Issa not just prepared to read it anyway?
Issa was going to read it
I was about halfway through.
and then got stopped. But Perla is just going to shake her head. I'd rather not see anyone corrupted by this. But regardless of that, it may come in useful, and we are already working with the devil, so to speak.
Dalton's gonna just kind of smirk at that.
I don't know how I feel about that, Perla. I'm concerned at this one not being able to handle it. I'm concerned with you for your goddess. I wouldn't want anything for it to happen to Sinefo. And Kazuto is too young to handle all of this. At least Kelafine has no correlation to this Lolth or Illustre. And at least I could potentially have the backing of my deity to protect me from this witch.
And
Issa's already admitted that she is faithless.
Whoa,
So
whoa,
she
whoa.
would-
When did she say that?
Then by all means, Issa, what do you believe in?
I believe Issa has.
Stealing. She believes in stealing.
Yeah, Dalton, at that point, Dalton's gonna be like, "Well, it would seem that Issa believes in the coin."
Amongst other things.
I just kind of grit my teeth at that. Perla, this is your area of expertise. I'm willing to back whatever play that you see fit to follow by.
And she's just she's gonna hand on chin, kind of close her eyes for a minute and just kind of think. And she's Anna, you can hear this because you're standing right next to her. You can hear her muttering, and it sounds like a prayer. And she's offering a prayer to Elistray to give her wisdom in this matter, as she's thinking. And she opens her eyes and she looks at Dalton. I have one more question for you regarding this gift.
Very well. And that is.
How crucial is it to us completing our mission with you?
Well, I suppose the mission you have with me can be done without it. But I'm sure you've taken notice of the eyes on the certain individuals I've tasked you with bringing to justice, no?
Being that they have none per se, but they can still see.
And why do you suppose that is?
I'm not entirely certain, but I see what you're getting at. This sword, I'm guessing, has a way of blocking their vision. They are blind to it.
He's just gonna kind of tap his nose.
I'll be honest, the moment he said we could do it without the coin, I just started to walk away.
So dealing with our targets would be significantly easier with the sword then.
That is correct.
And can anyone use it?
I
So long as
suppose.
they read the coin.
Well, it is twofold. Firstly, the coin would need to be read to be given an owner. Whomever reads the coin then owns the sword. The second part is the sword would need to be attuned. However, only one specific race of person is capable of attuning the sword.
Which I would assume would be my race.
He's going to tap his nose again.
So the only one here who could effectively make use of that sword is me. And she turns around and looks back at Anna.
I'm already going around the corner.
I wouldn't say that. Perhaps you were to ask someone else to attune it? Maybe somebody tasked in my employment?
But they would need to come, would they not need to come with us at that point? To make use of the sword?
Oh no. See, the owner is the one who reads the coin. It can be attuned by anybody of drow race.
I see. Anna, I've reached a decision.
So I can chuck it into the river.
No. We will make use of this. But I will not be the one to be corrupted by it, so to speak.
Wait, now you're not presuming what I think you are.
I very well might be. The coin, from my experience, has the corrupting influence. The sword itself does not.
I don't know if I can back that kind of play. They are an innocent. Or, maybe not as much as I would presume.
William is already in service to Dalton here. I can imagine he would like to own a sword of Lolth quite eagerly. And he would allow us to use it.
You see quite a bit of back and forth in my expression.
I will be candid with you. William, before coming into my employment, was a stalwart servant of Lolth.
So he would probably be ecstatic. And then, assuming he would allow, the sword would be his, and he would be He is entrusted. He has been given orders to assist us. No.
Whatever you need, he is there to serve.
Then I see no reason why he would deny us using the sword. After all, the sword would become his, and then after we're done, he can have it back.
I suppose that is a sound argument, yes.
As loath as I am to use the tools of the Spider Queen, I fear we're already in quite a deep pit in terms of morality here.
That is feeling just a bit too easy, Perla. I feel we're treading in waters that are far too murky for my liking, but
This whole place is murky. And besides, you're kind of stuck here regardless.
yes, but I needn't be tempted or corrupted by this place either.
And like I said, maybe on our little adventure here, we'll find out how to get you out.
Very well, well, the coin remains on me till we decide what to do with William.
Well, we give it to William, have him read it, and then use the sword. That is the base plan, I thought.
I still don't like it, but if you
What
would
other choice?
insist...
I do insist. I don't like it, but as said earlier, the ends justify the means.
I just kind of close my eyes and fold my arms, and you can just tell the muscles in my cheeks are just pulsing as I'm just not happy about this, but eventually I nod.
So then, I believe our business here is done, unless, Dalton, you can tell us of any other potential reasons? Or did you blow up this whole place just because you wanted to lead us here?
Well, as you may or may not know, I have several people within my employ. You
Quite.
coming here is only part of the reason why this place is in the state it is. The other part is simply for my amusement.
Quite.
Are we ever going to meet these people?
I believe you've gotten invitation, do you not?
So the letter that was signed by someone who simply referred to themselves as P is one such in your employment then?
I would not say that they are in my employment, no.
So then you have an idea as to who this individual is, then?
I may, yes.
Are you going to tell us?
No, I would not ruin their fun. I dare not.
He daren't.
Ah, so they're an individual in the city that you actually care about.
Oh, please
Maybe
believe. Care is a very strong word.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I don't believe you care for anyone in the city but yourself in those terms.
If I were to make an assumption, I would say that this P might be an ally that we might find in dealing with the family then. Am
Yet
I wrong?
again, he's gonna tap his nose.
I thought so. Well then, is there anything else of importance here, or can we make our way?
Well, I do believe there is 2 silver pieces in the water over there, if your acquaintance, and he looks directly at Issa. so
Pearl
is-
also looks at Issa.
is so inclined to retrieve them, but other than that,
I'm already soaking
No.
wet. Where?
he's just gonna point over here, like,
Yoink. Mr. Krabs, you better not touch me this time.
no, you don't get bit. You get 2 silver pieces. Good job.
I saw him coming this time.
Money, money, money. You are incorrigible.
There you go, Issa. I took 1 coin, you now have 2, so for a net
That is still my coin.
Is that ominous or magically based, or is this just Issa being Issa? Okay, can I suss this out with my knowledge of the arcane?
Sure.
You don't know shit.
I don't know shit.
Well, then
Man,
at
what
least
happened to all those
is-
nat 20 rolls?
I got them all.
I believe we're
He
done
said
here then.
the Olden crabs.
Yes.
We should make our way back to our place of stay, even though it is still very much early in the day, I would assume.
Yeah. And Dalton's gonna get kind of really close to you and just kind of lean in. I know you've been trying to get a read on me for some time now. I am no fiend. I am something much different.
That's your ask.
I mean, that was only the sight thing. The detect, good and evil, or detect evil was only when we initially met him. That hasn't been
Yeah.
going this whole time.
Yeah, but he's going to assume because you gave him the fiend the detect.
Yeah,
And
I was trying to detect fiends.
Yeah. And then
Can I
With
hear
all-
all this?
with all your question, if you're as close as you are, then yes.
I lean in close to Perla and whisper in her ear, but loud enough for him to say. Then he doesn't rule. Then it doesn't rule out him being 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
He's
Whatever,
gonna
so-
chuckle. He's gonna chuckle at that, and then when he and just kind of
Whatever serious mood was in place is no longer there. Back to our inn, I guess, so we can make use of this sword. Coin and sword.
I do have to go.
I know we have to go talk to William about this now, but do we really have to go back to that godforsaken place?
And
She's just gonna shrug and just... She's gonna start walking.
Fine. I follow in behind. I don't like being such a downer, but this is just terrible. I hate all of this.
Why? I see that.
they're all over the map.
Oh god damn it, he fucking did.
What?
He's typed out return the coin like 5 times over the map in black text.
Oh!
God.
Oh.
Oh god damn it.
I only see 2. What the fuck?
They're kind
There's
of.
one, two,
They're kind
there's
of
one
hidden.
here. There's one here.
4, 5.
There's one up
There.
here.
Oh, jeez.
There's one over here.
I know. I saw
Okay,
one
no, I
over.
got
Oh,
Or-
we're not on the map
Never mind.
anymore.
They're gone.
please do not do that to this map, though.
No, it was. Yeah, it's fine. I was gonna
He's
remove
never
it.
going to find him.
All right. Well, that should be it for today, I think.
Yeah, that was a pretty
Yeah.
good session.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I like not
Ooh.
doing anything in combat.
Combat doesn't always go the way you wish it would.
Especially against those Memorians.
You can find that you just roll garbage
Ruler on
every
my
single
book.
time.
Nice.
I did not. I like that you guys went to the docks. I did not expect you to go to the docks.
Really?
But I appreciate that you did.
What, were you expecting us to go to the docks afterwards?
You'll find out why.
The
That's all I'm-
number one rule of DMing is to always
yeah.
like you never know what your players are going to do. Whatever you're expecting your players are going to do, just throw it out the fucking window.
Yeah, no, that's what I that's
Expect the unexpected.
You can't.
Yeah.
You really
I-
can't.
what I do is I expect absolutely nothing. That way when something off the wall happens, I go, okay.
I mean, I feel like that was very on brand of Issa to just
I mean, it felt perfectly
fucking
planned.
go for it.
So, I guess that's a good thing.
Are you done with
All right,
the
guys.
TV head?
Oh boy. So next time we get to find out exactly what the spooky sword does that is not
Next
present at the
time.
moment.
Next time of Augustine, City of Stone. Will our
Alright,
adventurers find out what that
Yeah, I
coin
gotta go too.
does?
It's past my bedtime.
Next time
Well,
on
so-
Dragon Ball Z.
Next time.
Stop interrupting my
Augustine,
announcements.
City of Stone.
That was fun.
I mean, we could go for a movie guy. This summer, coming to theaters near you.
He needs to be stopped.
5
This
adventurers
summer.
in a world where lawlessness is law.
Crime is
Bye,
legal.
bye, Nova.
Crime is the law. Good night, Nova.
Yeah.
We're keeping them up past this time.
All right.
That's what I was trying to end. But
Right.
the
Yeah,
real
what
question
do I-
is,
Hmm.
how long do you think before I try to steal that coin again?
Well, it depends on whether or not we get it back to William before you have a chance to do so.
I mean, did she read all of the words on it?
I think the caveat was that it needed to be read aloud.
Yes.
Okay.
You read
And it
half
needs
of it.
I need to be touching it, right?
No. You know what? I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay.
To be fair, how good is Issa's memory? Because there's specifically a feat called Keen Mind that allows you to literally recall anything you've seen in the last month. You don't have that, sir.
That is also true.
She just looked at it less than an hour ago.
Yeah, I know, but
You were also then the subject of a spell that locked you into a thing, and then spent like 15 minutes, steaming, pacing back and forth like a
Trying
caged
to-
tiger.
yeah.
Running the
so I-
words through her head. The whole.
I might have you roll that at severe disadvantage. Severe disadvantage is 3 rolls. You pick the lowest.
with a high DC.
Yeah.
I've got to come up with something for next week. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Let's see. What do I want to transition my stream to? Do I want to do some hardcore Iron Man on RuneScape, or do I want to do some Final Fantasy? Who's on right now? Hmm. I could probably do some hardcore Iron Man stuff. I was working on getting Lunar Diplomacy done before coming in here.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll
I think
I'll send my
think I'll
people
do
over
that.
to you. Head out.
Yeah.
Look at my list.
I don't know. Why am I not in your list?
I'm really confused.
Why aren't you following Braun?
I'm pretty sure I'm
Yeah.
subscribed.
Yeah, you've.
Are
s-
you?
You
Are you
subbed.
really?
Did wait?
I can check.
Oh,
I can
there it
see who
is.
is. See, he rated, but he did not actually sub.
What? I
Let's
thought
see,
I
because
did.
the last sub was Drez. Or
No,
no,
I'm
no,
subscribed
no, no,
right
no, no,
now.
no. The last sub was a gift sub. That happened last week. So yeah, no.
I'm
Drez was the
totally
last
subbed.
follow. Yeah, you are subbed.
Yeah, and I'm followed. I don't know why it's not showing you. Here, let me just refresh. We just don't refresh.
When did you sub? I need to see this.
Last week.
Said you rated.
Bam. Have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah. There we go. All right.